Good morning, everybody. This is a work session for the Board of County Commissioners in Rio Blanco County, September 23rd. Purpose of work sessions are intended to provide opportunities for the commissioners to study difficult issues, gather and analyze information, clarify problems, or give staff direction. No official decisions will be made. Work sessions are on a floating docket. The schedule is provided for informational purposes only. The board may alter the schedule, take breaks during the meeting, or continue an item for a future work session date. So we are going to start off today with United Fleet Services, a presentation by Spencer, who's here, not Jake, regarding service that they can provide for the county's fleet. So thank you for coming over and being willing to talk to us about this.
Of course. Thank you guys for letting me come. Sorry Jake wasn't able to make it. He had some family things come up yesterday. So he walked me through a little bit of the proposals that he and the team put together. So if you do have any questions, I will do everything possible to answer them in the way that I understand that he put together. And if I have any clarification questions, I will reach out to him and then obviously just get back to you on them.
Do you want to present your screen? Do you have the proposals on your screen?
I do, yeah. I'm more than happy to, yeah.
Or I can pull them up on mine, either way.
I got it.
Okay. Let's see, Vicki, did you email those to me or are they in our folder? I saw it somewhere, I thought. I don't recall.
I passed them all out.
Oh,
You should
okay.
have underneath there. There should be a copy of every single one.
I was trying to be so heavy with it. Thank you.
Where's the best place for me to plug into like an HDMI to present? Or what's the best way to present?
Can you just join? Do you have your Wi-Fi turned on?
I'm on the guest one, yeah.
Yep, perfect. So we'll just invite you to the meeting. What's
Okay.
your email address? Can you invite him real quick?
It is Spencer@unifiedfleetservices.com.
Did you hear that, Chrissy?
Spencer@unifiedfleetservices.
Yep.
.com.
Yep.
Yeah, unified with a F, not a T. Not united, it's unified.
Yep.
You need to get you some pepper spray.
So I do have pepper spray, but I forgot to put it in my luggage in DC. And so I lost my Swiss Army knife and my pepper spray.
Might have gotten an email.
But I'm afraid I'll spray her.
I did.
When you put the dog in your leash. I don't,
But I do have,
even if you do spray her.
yeah, I guess it's better than.
Perfect.
What a shock.
I'm muted, so. And I will share the screen.
And then, Chrissy, can you modify our screen so that it minimizes where it says people, add people?
And two dogs.
If you want, I can zoom in on mine.
We should be able to still. I think I got it.
Really? How would he be?
He's a local, so You would be accepted in that sense, did you?
And is the attorney gonna be here? I left some papers.
No,
Yeah.
no.
He'll be here in just a little bit.
Okay,
Do you need them though?
No, I was gonna pass them because I know I have one for all of them and I was gonna let them.
Nope. He can,
So,
he can have the phone mic.
that way there's some more copies for you guys.
Yep, perfect. Okay.
We need.
Okay, I think we're ready to roll. I don't know how to make that any bigger.
I can just zoom in.
We,
and we'll go
we've
with
got
that.
ours.
Okay.
Okay.
We're
We're
good.
good.
So the first one that I have pulled up, according to Jake, what you guys had interest in, kind of like a proof of concept, was for the enterprise, running the splicing trailer, and going over all of that. So the first requested vehicle was a 2025 GMC Canyon Elevation. That is quoted out at 10,000 miles per year with an $8,000 upfit for the truck itself. The pricing and all of these proposals is going to be priced out over it's monthly payments. We can make it annually. We've just found that it typically makes it a little bit smoother of a transition come year 3 when we're paying monthly. And then if you say you guys have a vehicle that comes in 2-3 months early, then we'd have to worry about.
Stop you for just a
Yeah.
second. Who's the department that's asking for this?
This is IT. So the GMC Canyon Elevation 4-wheel drive is IT.
Thank you.
And that's for the split, to replace the splicing truck and some of those others.
And what's the $8,000 upfit?
That is just an upfit that would come basically with the truck itself. We don't have to do an upfit if you guys wouldn't want it, but as far as what's included,
Oh, it's not an upfit, it's options on. the
it's an
truck.
option that's on the truck.
Okay.
Or no, it would be an upfit on top of the truck.
It would.
So yeah, so typically with those, it's going to be any kind of extra like bed work to put in cubbies, or a
Okay.
stand for inside to put your, like a computer stand, or radios, things like that. Any kind of
Okay.
decals.
We can go with that with
Yeah.
them.
So that would be basically what we would do is you
Okay.
guys would figure out everything that you need to be included, and then we would just include it in. This is just an estimate of kind of where we would expect that pricing to be. But that number's not set in stone. So make it work from there. The second vehicle just is another option instead of running the GMC Canyon. It would be the 2025 Tacoma SR5. Same amount of miles, same amount of upfit. And then vehicle 3 again would be just another option as far as the truck that you guys could choose, being the Chevy Colorado itself. The pricings for those are a little bit on the lower end, the $844 and then $834. The reason being is they do run a little bit cheaper than the GMC Canyon, as well as they do maintain value a little bit more than the GMC Canyon. So that's why the payments on that one ends up coming up to about an extra $200 per month. As far as what I recommend, I think the Tacoma is a very, very good option for what it'd be used for. As far as doesn't seem like this would be something that is, unless, is this going to be pulling the trailer itself?
Good, yeah,
Okay.
because that was the goal, is that they had to have different vehicles that they could just attach the trailer to, depending on
Okay.
what they needed.
And so if you're wanting more of like a diesel option, there's going to be a different diesel option in one of the other proposals that we'll go over. And you're more than welcome to use a diesel if that'd be I think that'd be, as far as pulling a splicing trailer, a little bit better use. So
So we're looking at one of those 3 vehicles.
yeah, those
What
are
we're talking about.
yeah,
for
those are-
IT, just one vehicle and a trailer. Is that what we're looking at? Vicky? We're not looking at 3 vehicles.
I don't know what was originally,
No, I think we
Okay, so-
are. He's just giving us we can do it times 3 or
Yeah.
times 2 or whatever.
because he was looking at replacing 3. I don't recall what
I
what Eric
believe
had
so.
said. Okay.
I believe so.
So it's not just for IT. We're talking for Eric's shop, which is
I know Eric wants to replace 2 of his pickup trucks, and then he's talking about getting rid of that IT truck that has the big white camper.
So maybe that is just one in the trailer for IT. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what his goals are. I think he
Actually-
wants to decrease his fleet and his fleet costs.
Actually, IT would be, they don't have many people, so what they all don't need any more than one vehicle, so.
Well, that's why I was thinking. So this proposal is not for IT, it's for Eric's shop, not just for
No.
Trevor's
Broadband,
crowd, but
yeah.
it's the whole.
Yeah.
Group.
And I do know, like, for IT, they currently have the broadband vehicle down here, and then they have the ones in Meeker too, because of the splicing stuff. They keep it in very secure, like, clean areas in order for the fiber to work correctly when they're splicing.
So Ryan, as far as you know, they're looking at 3 vehicles, not just one vehicle
Well,
of these options.
no, I'm not sure. I know he wants to replace all 3 of those, but I'm kind of thinking he wants to decrease his numbers to maybe 1 for broadband and 1 for facilities, something along those lines. I know he did express interest in getting rid of that bigger, expensive broadband vehicle that has the white camper thing on the back with all the.
Which is out here right now, right?
I think
This vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you were good.
We should know this thing, but I'm a little confused. I'm a little behind.
You're
Sorry.
good. I'm on the same page too, so.
Okay, we're good.
And then vehicle 4 is just gonna be the splicing trailer itself. So that'll be there on the next page. We had broke it out to 2 different options. One is a 3-year down to $1, and the other is a 5-year down to basically $1 payment. It looks like they have it quoted out to to 0, but I believe it would be down to $1 purchase at the end. So this one would come out to monthly payment of $788 per month. If you want to do the 3-year, or $501 per month if you'd want to do the 5-year. That would be the 6x10 splicing trailer. As far as the IT proposal goes, do you guys have any questions about pricing, or I guess I could even ask if you guys have any questions about how the program runs. I probably should have got into that originally. I just know we've all met before.
Those-
And
yeah,
we kind of
that's how
had
we did
those
that.
initial conversations. But yeah, if not, I'll go ahead and move on to the next
Well,
one.
let's talk about maintenance.
Sure.
Who's gonna maintain these vehicles?
You guys will.
So the warranty work will have to go to a dealer,
Mhm.
and our fleet department will take care of all of the oil change, tires, all that kind of stuff.
Correct.
So
Yep.
we'll have to get numbers for that. Go on top of this.
So
Because this is not the bottom dollar.
this is the payments on it,
Right.
right? So obviously the only thing on top of this would be balance rotations, oil changes, tires, depending on how long you run them. Because if you're only putting 10,000 miles on them on some of these, and we're rotating them after 3 years, tires aren't really going to be an issue on them. Maybe brakes, right? Those are going to be kind of main things. We have a service package where we can do all the service. It's not most cost effective. So I recommend you guys just do everything here in county.
So
Spencer, so
Yeah.
the 3 vehicles you just quoted, does the mileage max out at 10 a year? So like if we go over that, is there an issue?
No, so that's a good question. So the way our program works is anything over, we don't charge on a per mile basis. But when we go to resell the vehicle after 3 years for you guys, and give the equity back, it obviously won't be as much as we're anticipating, because the vehicle has put on more miles than anticipated. With these numbers, it sounds like when Jake talked to you guys as far as the IT, they don't put as many miles on it as far as like unlike the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Those ones will have higher mileages. We are more than welcome to raise these. It'll just raise the pricing just a little bit.
that brings me to thinking, so you're not, at the end of our lease, you are not giving us what the vehicle is worth. You're going to give us what you can get out of it.
Correct. So we
Where
will sell all of
normal lease, we're going to, like with Enterprise or somewhere, they're gonna tell us what it's worth at the end of the lease, and that's what they're gonna give us.
and
Yours is variable.
so we sell the vehicle for you, and everything that we get back goes straight to you guys. So
I
we don't charge
understand
a
that,
fee.
but
at the end.
that's something that we need to consider.
Sure. Yeah. Typically, the way enterprise works, is they make their money on the back end. With unlike typical, like with enterprise, when they lease to regular, like everyone else,
Mhm.
it's the way that, basically you're explaining it, that when they go to return it, they say, hey, this is what the vehicle's worth. But then they also charge in a per mile that you go over it.
Right.
Whereas typically with enterprise on a county basis, when they do their proposals, we run our program a little bit slightly different where they actually make their money typically on the back end. So they don't typically give that equity back and they just pocket the equity. And so you guys just have your payments and then whatever's left at the end, that's what they make. That's how they make it. We just have a fee that's included in the pricing. So that way you guys get the equity back at the end. So it's a set price instead of where theirs is actually more variable at the end.
Okay, I don't want to compare you to them.
No, that kind of.
I know how their system works.
Yeah.
So at the end, they have a very, very good retail where they can get top dollar out of their vehicles. How do you do it?
So we sell through dealerships, depending on what the vehicle is. Obviously with law enforcement, that's not going to be the case typically. But with a regular, a Tacoma that has 20, 30,000 miles on it, our goal is to put it at a dealership, get top dollar for it with our good relationships. Certain vehicles we'll send to auction and then certain vehicles we'll sell off ourselves. So wherever we can get top dollar is what we do it. So our goal is to basically get you guys the most possible to where it comes back, and then you'd want to roll that into vehicles. Good question. Any other questions? Then I will move on to the next proposal.
You're gonna do sheriff's or?
We are going to do the other one.
Okay.
And then we'll get to the sheriff one.
Okay. Yep, that's which one I got.
Okay, perfect. So this one is going to have a lot more of your equipment options in it, as well as a lot of the vehicles I recommend being used. I kind of threw this one together at the end for vehicles that I think are always the best as far as the leasing program goes. For one, it's going to be the F-150 XLT. I don't know if you guys were planning on using these for public works or your road and bridge department or.
Yeah,
It is consideration, yes.
Yeah. Public
So-
Works and general fleet.
So this would be the F-150 XLT. So it'll be an XLT. It's a premium package with like your leather seats, a lot of the more premium features that wouldn't be considered in a typical regular F-150 at 15,000 miles per year. We're going to look at the Toyota Tundra SR5, basically the same truck we looked at just recently. On the last one, it'll just be with 15,000 miles instead of the 10,000 miles and the upfit. And then we'll look at the GMC Sierra AT4s with an 8,000 and upfit, the Ford F-150 Lariat with 15,000 miles and an upfit, which we were looking at. The reason for quoting out the GMC Sierra and the Lariat is going to be for the sheriff's office. In case the Lariat would be more of your really premium package for the sheriff, or the AT4 would also be a very premium package with his $8,000 outfit that would go inside of his truck. And then the final one is going to be a PIU. This one's listed as on lot. I got a message from one of our upfitters yesterday stating that he has 10 Explorers, the PIUs, that are currently on the ground, just got finished upfitting yesterday. And so if there was any interest in, as far as the sheriff's office goes, these ones are on lot, ready to go.
What does PIU stand for?
So that's just going to be the police pursuit unit. So it's going to have like the better brakes and everything like that included. So it's more pursuit rated basically. So these ones are just on lot. So if you guys were interested and you weren't wanting to wait for the order time plus upfit, they would be ready to go. I think it's 5 units that are, 5 of them are admin units and then 5 are patrol. Just so. Wouldn't even have to take all of them, but I just figured. He messaged me about them, so we can go over it.
So just so sorry, being hard this morning. So this is the sheriff's office, or part of these are for the sheriff?
Part of these are cars,
Yeah.
part or
Okay,
not.
so vehicle 3 and 4 are sheriff, and 5 would be sheriff's office.
Correct.
vehicles?
Yep.
Okay,
Um,
but the other 2 are general.
and the other 3 and 4 could be used more for general as well. If you wanted to include those for, your road and bridge department. It's just typically, they're the more premium packages that would be looking more for the sheriff himself. So, and then we'll go through the full sheriff's ones, the ones that you guys requested. I just thought these would be great options to go over. And then the equipment options we'll go over, is the bus that you guys were interested in with the rear luggage. And then the bus with 14 passenger or 12 passenger with two wheelchair spots. So we'll go over that as well. And then the water truck and the cat grader. That cat grader is a recent quote we just got from Cat last week. So I can send over the full specs of everything, but that one is a very well priced grader. So, so first thing is the F-150. That one comes out to $891 per month. That one, the balance remaining on that one after the first year would be $46,000. The projected residual value of what we think it would be worth after 1 year being used and at that mileage comes out to $38,695. And so at that point, we would project the equity to be about negative $7,000. And then you would slowly move to where the projected equity after 2 years would be about negative $3,000. Then at that year 3 is when you would see the positive equity of what we believe would be the $5,000. The reason for that is when we upfit these vehicles, a lot of the upfit obviously is included into that. And so it ends up starting you kind of upside down in the vehicle originally to begin with. If that makes sense.
Where did you get the mileage? Did Ryan give that to you, or was that your guess? Or
So this, I think this is just what Jake had quoted out on these ones for the sheriffs. On the actual sheriff's proposal that we'll go over, those ones are at 20,000 miles. So, and
That about what? No? What do you guys normally do?
I presented that to the BOCC not that long ago.
Oh, that's on
But it's
the-
anywhere between 25 and 32,000
32. Okay. And so
or more.
I would recommend doing it at a 30,000 number then, because I'd rather play it safe to where, we could even do it at 35,000 if that's where you guys are at, because I'd rather you guys, when we set up the program to be higher and have a little bit higher payments, but at the back end, knowing that you're not going to be upside down on the vehicles themselves. So, as far as those go, I guess those numbers really aren't super relevant. If you're doing 30,000 miles, 15 is, half that.
Yeah. So issue I have is the 1,500. The county roads we drive on are pretty rough.
Okay.
I don't. Half tons, we tried them in the past and they just have not lasted.
Sure.
Because the rough roads we have to drive on.
Sure.
I think we would have to at least do the 3/4 ton.
Yeah.
when's the last time you tried a half ton?
We have a half ton now that we have issues with all the time. We've had, I think it was like 5 years ago, we've had half tons, and I think we had some F-150s that just did not last. We tried SUVs. They did not last. I mean, the 3/4 ton is kind of what we need because of the county roads and traveling on them.
Sure.
They're dirt roads. They're rough.
Yeah, I believe you. I just
Yeah.
wanted to know when you
Yeah.
tried them. Or
Yeah, Ford
what your
Expedition
experience
was on
was.
a half-ton frame as well, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
sort of.
Yeah.
We ran for quite a while. We had nothing but Ford Expeditions. We couldn't even pull our search and rescue trailers with those either.
Yeah.
And that becomes another issue in and of itself.
So you guys would want 3/4 tons for the whole fleet.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I'm pulling up a quote that I just recently had done. That's going to be closer to the mileage that you guys are interested in. So I want to actually just, obviously it's not directly in front of you guys, but I'm going to get this pulled up because it's going to be a lot more comparable to where you'd be.
What about, the road and bridge, Ryan? Where are they at? On 3/4 ton, half ton?
We can run a mix, but most of them really do prefer the 3/4. I mean, they do weigh them down pretty heavy with tools and gear.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're tow in and it is feasible to do a mix of them for sure. They don't all need to be 3/4. We could even mix in some compact pickups, but yeah, we definitely need some 3/4 out there for road and bridge.
Yeah, I can get 3/4 ton pricing. I'll message over and see if they can get some thrown together real quick while we're going over this. But just so you guys can see, I know it's not on the one that's directly in front of you, but this is some pricing that I just recently had done. It's going to be for the F-150 XLT, so not the 3/4 ton, but it's going to be at 25,000 miles per year, and then it's actually going to have a 12,000 and a 24,000 upfit pricing. So you can see more of where your pricing would fit in. Where option 2, this one is got a 24,000 and upfit at 25,000 miles per year on an F-150. Your pricing is going to be more at that 1,500 mark right there. So compared to the number that was presented on the paper. So I think for you guys, I'm not aware of how much your upfits typically cost. Do you know that off the top of your head, how much?
It's running anywhere between 20 and 25.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, this would be pretty accurate for your guys' pricing, especially if it is on the lower end with 20. So an extra 4,000 would give you room for the extra, or the extra 5,000 miles per year if we would want to do the 30,000. So I would say as far as numbers go, where you guys would see benefit would be more of that pricing.
So what is the price per month then?
It's $1,525 per. And then I also have a Chevy Tahoe quoted out here. I don't know if PPV Chevy Tahoe is anything of interest to the sheriff's office. You want the 3/4 tons?
Yeah.
I wish I had the 3/4 tons priced out right now.
I think that's where you're going to have to just get back with us.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Accurate pricing, because, and another thing you need to take into consideration is this $25,000 upfit. It's not going to be an easy. How much of that are we going to, at the end of the lease, how much are we going to pull off of it? Is it going to hurt the value of the sale, or is it going to increase the value of the sale? It's not going to be a typical sale at the end.
So when we resell all our law enforcement units, we actually resell it. We resell it with with everything upfit except for the major, like radios, cameras, and decals. That's it. That's the only thing that gets taken out. So lights, sirens, cages, bars, everything like that gets sold with it to other law enforcement agencies. And so you're actually getting part of that equity you're getting back is on the equipment itself.
Good. So Ryan, when you upfit these vehicles, do you use some of the stuff?
We try like heck to utilize and to reuse. It is a little difficult and there's only so much.
I understand, but my reasoning here is if they're going to leave it on the vehicle and sell it with the vehicle, then we're going to have more cost and upfit every year we do it.
Yeah.
It is be similar pricing every time.
And Spencer, so like that 1,500 per month,
Mhm.
and I know that's ballpark,
Yeah.
but does that include the outfitting?
Yeah, that's the $24,000 in upfit is included with that. The reason when we resell it with it in is we found that when we're reselling it after 3 years, you're going to get a good chunk of value back on the equipment that's being put in. Whereas if we strip it, put it in another unit, run it for another 3, strip it, put it in another unit and run it for another 3, after 9 years, you're not going to get anything. You're going to get pennies on the dollar for that equipment. So our goal is to actually get you guys back some of that equity on the equipment itself when we resell it.
So who do you use to outfit?
So we will use whoever, we'll work with whoever. We have a working relationship with Dana Safety Supply. So
Three.
Equipment
At the bottom.
options number
The
2.
equipment. Yep.
Okay.
So that's
That would have been the replacement for
The Meeker Street,
the Meeker Streaker, which right now it has how many miles on it? Do you recall?
140-ish.
so this one is from what I've heard from Jake. He found this is an exact bus that he found and has outfitted to where it basically fit all the needs you guys need, and it's this would be accurate pricing, ready to go. No adjustments to that one would need to be needed. But do you have questions on that one at all, or is that one pretty much straightforward?
What's the per month on that one?
$2,255 on a 5-year.
And mileage?
The mileage on that one, I believe, is at 15,000.
That's probably another one. They'll go way over that. They're doing nowadays, anyway, they're doing 2025.
Okay.
That's up.
Yeah.
But your specs did sound very close to what they want. They want the 2 wheelchair positions and that.
And then the other, and you guys may know a little bit better than me here, but the Gallivan Universal bus, that the one above it, that another similar style bus that you guys are looking for, or what would that be used for?
I don't think so. I think it
Unless
was
that's
because
just
we were
a
just looking at the,
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless that's a comparison.
just for the senior transport.
Yeah.
But they were originally the hospital was talking about, I don't know that we ever got a formal request about increasing and having an additional bus, but I don't think we ever received a formal request for that. Even look at that.
They're entertaining the idea of 3 Meeker Streakers, but obviously they haven't presented you guys anything.
And then Unit 3 will be the water truck.
Is this the one that would have been used down here?
Well,
Water truck?
no, I mean, it'd be just incorporated into the used road and bridge. We take one of the ancient ones and put it down here if it was.
The monthly payment on that one comes out to $4,025. And then Unit 4 would be the grader. The grader would come out to monthly. It's on a 5-year as well. Monthly payments would come out to $6,300 on the grader.
6,300.
Yep.
And what size is that though? What size?
So this, I can actually send you the exact specs for this. This one.
And what, the warranty on those was 70,000 hours, 7 years, is that right?
7,000 hours.
7,000
Yeah,
hours,
no years, just the hours.
just to 7,000. And how many years does it take to get that normally?
Quite a while, easily 7 or 8.
Or 7 or 8 years?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right now we're averaging 800, 900 hours a year on the graders.
In this grader that we pay extra for that 7,000 hour warranty, you know what the warranty on these is?
It would just be the standard grader, or the
You
standard
know what
hat
the
warranty
figure
is.
Ryan?
I don't,
I'm not familiar with it, what it is. But it would just be,
it would have some type of warranty.
yeah, so it'd be directly from the cat dealer here. So it's a 140 lever all-wheel drive motor grader.
40 hours, how would you? We're gonna have to send somebody to school, aren't we?
It's a big one.
And I'm thinking we may have more hours in the next 3 to 4 years, just for the record. All this
Yeah,
equipment.
buddy.
And this one I do know is it's a brand new one that just quoted. It has like 19 hours there on lot, ready to go. This one I also do know that the shipping for it is not included to get up to here yet, so we'd have to include that and reach out to them to get out. But that's the only one that shipping's not included. Okay, so we went through that. And then I guess they put together the one for the sheriff's office is the one we haven't gone through, but to be honest, looking it over, I don't think it's necessarily worth the time to go over it because there's no 3/4 tons. It's at 20,000 miles per year and only an 8,000. So it's
Kinda
the
take
numbers
it.
aren't going to be relevant to what you
Well,
guys are doing.
vehicle number 4 is 20,000 on a 3/4 ton.
Yeah. And it would be at 20,000. We're just 10,000 miles off and we're $15,000 off an outfit, which is a big difference. So I think you guys would be more looking around the $1,500 to $1,600 per month for what you guys are looking for, just based off of.
Well, it makes sense to me that if you're gonna bid this stuff, that you get exactly what we're looking
No,
for.
100%.
And then you,
No,
because these numbers really don't mean anything to us.
Yeah. no, I agree.
On the sheriff's vehicle, I thought we sent over the list that we currently have, I think. Maybe it is,
A vehicle?
sheriff's office vehicles. I think is one of the lists you provided me, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not to you the pipe though.
I'll check.
I think we might have sent that to, the other app.
I'm pretty sure I sent the invite too, but I'll go back and make sure that we have the current list sent to you.
Yeah, and I can go through and I can, obviously, like I said, I was not originally supposed to be here yesterday.
Emergency ticket.
And so I wasn't familiar with the numbers that you guys were even needing going into this. So I do apologize because again, that seems, kind of like a waste of time, that these numbers aren't accurate. But the best thing I can do from here is I can get them all up accurate by the end of the day and just email them over to you. And so as far as besides numbers themselves, because I'm more than happy to hop on a Zoom call another time and even come back out and go over it, answer those. But do you have questions about the program and how the program works at all?
No, I'm pretty confident in how it works, but I would suggest that you get a hold of these guys because it's their budget that's affected.
Yeah.
And they need to be with you when they come to us.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to be making decisions for them that they're not
Sure.
comfortable with. So
Yeah.
it needs to come from them as well as you.
Yeah, we can. I'll just grab your guys' card and make sure that I get this pricing over to you guys by the end of the day. So, are you guys familiar with the program then? Do you have any questions that I can answer for you?
No,
Okay.
The biggest thing I'm gonna ask you,
Yeah.
and I guess I'm gonna show my hand a little bit more than what I might ought to. But our budget right now for our fleet for the sheriff's office is a certain number.
Mhm.
And the proposal of $1,600 roughly a month for 12 patrol cars, which does not include one pool car on both ends of the county. So 14 would duplicate what we're currently at. So if you take the number of $1,600 per month times 12, that comes out to 230,400 per year. Now I know we wouldn't start out at 230,400 per year because we'd probably phase out the existing fleet, or plausibly within 3 years, you're at 230,400 per year just for our fleet.
Yeah.
Then you take the fact that the last numbers I recall hearing is the undersheriff was 98 cents per mile is what Dave Overton had calculated the GMC 2500s at per mile for his fleet budget. So you take 252,000 miles times 98 cents. That brings you at 246,960, which includes our fuel, tires, brakes, oil changes.
Yep.
That brings the total up to 477,360 a year just to run 12 fleet vehicles. So I'll be very blunt with you. I appreciate your time. I've been in a sales role myself, but if the numbers aren't sharpened up considerably,
Mhm.
I don't see a financial benefit to encourage the county to go to a lease program.
No, and I do appreciate the honesty. I think, like you mentioned, obviously, we will help you guys phase out of the vehicles that you're in, which is beneficial for the first term, right? Where, we don't take any cut of the fee to sell the vehicles for you. That's just included in what we do to get you into the program. But at the same time, that may not be, you're not going to get those funds year four when you're transitioning into the next one. However, the one piece that I do think is important that you're missing there is with each one of these, we're anticipating $5,000 to $6,000 in equity per vehicle. That's an extra $60,000 that you guys would have to go towards, the next cycle that's coming straight back to you guys. You're not taking anything out of the residuals. So again, you may have more than 60,000 to get into the first term. But it is a little bit lower. You're probably around $210,000, right? So where this comes into play is especially with upfits nowadays. I mean, the upfit itself is, $25,000. And when you're buying 3/4 tons, I mean, you're $85,000 to just buy one vehicle nowadays. And the idea is instead of you guys getting put in a place where in, a few years, you guys may have to go purchase 5 of them. And then because of blown engines or anything like that, then you're going to be way higher than that number. And our goal is just to steady that number and keep you guys to where you know exactly what it is. But yeah, thanks for asking that. And yeah, I appreciate it. I will get your guys' numbers and I will get everything accurate to the mileage that you're doing, the upfit you're doing. If you want to make it as accurate as possible, if you want to send me your upfit, white out all of what the pricing is, I will, so they can't see, so that our outfitters can't see it and say, oh, let's just beat that slightly. Send me your specs of everything. I'll send it to them. Say, hey, quote this out for me. You guys, I'll quote it out. If it's more competitive than what you're currently using, great. If not, then I would just use the pricing that you guys are using. And our goal is to make you guys, spend more and more and more. Our goal is to cut down your budget and make your life easier.
So you guys can get that to him sometime?
I have
What do you want to do?
the-
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Sweet. Well, thank you again
Yes.
for coming over. I
Sure.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for letting me come. I appreciate it, guys.
That, you come over last night?
I did, yeah. Yep, came into Vernal last night.
Oh, okay. So now, do you live in Salt Lake or outside?
I live just outside Salt Lake.
Good thing you're coming from that direction.
Yeah, that's what she said. You guys had a huge mud
moisture
flight.
last
Yeah.
Lots of weather events.
So,
Okay.
okay, well, thank you guys. I
Drive
appreciate it.
safe. Thank you.
Your shirt model is on the front. I'm on the back. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm gonna take a break real quick. Sorry, I just wanted
You
to
did.
time.
At least I hope that's the way it came out.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Drive safe.
That's what I intended to say.
This guy. And this is your back. So yes, sir. Perfect. All right, thank you.
I don't have a card, but I have your. Okay, so I'll let you know you. And I think you.
Lord Smith,
Yeah, I do. I found you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, about my numbers and parts.
Good morning. How are you? I just sent you that slide deck.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Had to get it out to a couple of people and I was like, oh, I've got to get it to her when I saw you.
It's okay. We've been kind of busy, so.
Just kinda.
Lynn, did you find out if anyone else besides 9 News had it out?
It's was out on 3 places. I think it was on 9-7 Grand Junction.
Mm.
So, and on our Facebook, they had 115 shares. The one along 13. I also sent it to Dylan and Megan. I was a little concerned on our tour that everything looked very green and lush and not bad. So I sent them the one of Highway 13 and said, here, you were just here a few hours ago.
Yeah, I had sent it to him too. Yeah, I haven't heard back from Ellen, but yeah,
Yeah.
she was worried about, she brought a raincoat and she shouldn't have. She should have stayed a little longer.
I think we're ready
ready?
to get started. Yep.
All righty. We are now on the agenda doing the presentation by GovOS regarding sales and use tax management. So who do we have online that is going to start?
Amanda and Matt, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Sorry, Google Meets is a little new to me, so I apologize. Hi, everybody. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm great. Thank you for asking. And yes, my counterpartner, Matt, is on the call. He's actually going to be the star of the show today to talk to you guys. Just quick little background on me, and then I'm going to flip it over and we're going to kind of hit those high points. One, I appreciate you guys' time. Love being part of these workshops, just see how we could help the county in the long run. But my name is Amanda Taylor. I have been with GovOS for a little over 4.5 years now. We've recently actually merged with Avenue Insights. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with them, as well as ITI and GovOS to form Numo. Basically just combining some companies together to help counties, local government, state government with all things tax related, compliance related, DPS related, DMV related. So we become a more of a one-stop shop vendor for you guys. But what we're here to talk about today is just the help on the sales tax, use tax collection process for your county. We understand that Rio Blanco is not a home rule county, so the state of Colorado does collect the sales tax for you guys currently, which is actually our portal. So we are partnered with the state of Colorado to help with jurisdictions that collect the sales tax, whether they're home ruled or not home ruled. Some that are, not home ruled, they've got their own collection process. So a lot of them are partnered with us too. We help also with lodging, tax collection, bag fee collection, a lot of things that are on the local level that the state might not be helping you guys with to get out of the manual process. Not to mention, some of the risk that happens with manual processing and processing payments and housing things on spreadsheets. So our goal is to get you into a safe cloud-based atmosphere that helps with payments on taxes, whether it's sales tax, use tax, again, all the other great taxes we help collect. And then just gives a good system of records for your staff member that needs to be manning the system. The system is definitely going to need a staff member that's there running reports, checking all the information. It's not like it just sits on autopilot and you don't need someone to run that. We definitely need that person doing it. Helps with communication with your business owners, maybe new ordinance. Helps on the calculation part, right? I see some of your use forms here. There seems to be a lot of math that needs to be done on them, as well as a lot of reporting functionality. So we want to make that easier for your business owners. So the system will be able to do that. As well as uploading any kind of documents, right? I see some of these people might need to show proof of occupancy permits or proof of different kinds of permits to stop the back and forth communication. We also allow any kind of document uploads in the system so your staff member can easily see that they are compliant with whatever they need to be providing to the county, and then helping with any kind of P&I collections. Fairness across the board, right? Unless you guys feel that there's a reason P&I needs to be waived, Anybody that is late coming in after the 20th of the month, NIs would be applied to their tax forms, which helps ultimately drive your compliance when they realize they're being held accountable to get in there on time. That is just a quick high overview. Sorry, just I want to go ahead and grab your attention now. I've got you. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it over to Matt. Matt's got like a little bit of a journey just to describe how we could help you guys on several different aspects. And then we're going to have it open for questions and so we can provide some answers. However, we do like to keep all interactions completely for you guys to interrupt Matt, ask questions. So don't feel that you've got to wait until he's done speaking, or myself throw a hey Matt, hey Amanda. We will stop talking to address the question that you need to be addressed at that moment. But Matt, I'm gonna flip it over to you, partner.
Rock and roll. Quick tech check. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
Great. Now comes the fun part where I'm going to share my screen. Second tech check.
We got it.
Yeah, show my screen anyway. Okay, cool. As Amanda mentioned, we use Teams at this point over at our Numo company. We did come from, what was the one we did before? Amanda, I can't remember who it was.
Outreach or Zoom.
Zoom, but
Yeah.
I've worked with Teams before, so this looks good. Okay. Again, as Amanda mentioned, my name's Matt Eckstein. I'm a solution consultant here at Numo. What that means is I love teaming up with Amanda and the rest of the account executives to have great conversations with folks like you, right? Find out, hey, you know, what are some of those pain points that you might have with your current licensing and tax collection processes, okay? From that, right, and what we've learned is we then I pull together a presentation, right, showing kind of the benefits of the software and how that directly relates, in this case, to Rio Blanco, okay? Couple slides from me today. We are going to look at some software, got a couple different sites, a demo site, and then another testing site that's a little bit more tuned up. But yeah, as Amanda mentioned, let me know if you have any questions. Throw a hey Matt out there. I love being flexible. So just if you have anything that you'd like to comment or question on, let me know. Okay. Any questions from the group before I get started?
No.
Okay. What you see on screen here is some fictitious individuals, but they do represent some personas. These are people that we want to make an impact on. Okay. They're not the only people that we make an impact on, but they're, I would say, the primary three pillars. Okay. So in this case, right, you have Ben, the business owner, and what you see below Ben and Amy and Dan is some challenges that they may have without having, you know, let's say a modern system in place, or other challenges, right, that, you know, could be, you know, multiple systems, longer hours, right, you know, issues with lost revenue and reporting. So our goal is to take some of these challenges and turn them into positives, right? We want to take some of those negative, those bottleneck pieces and make this process easier for you, okay? So how am I going to get you there, right? Well, we do have a bit of a journey that Amanda and I have created that's going to take you through the process of how this software actually works, right? You'll see here, Ben, you know, he's going to go on the portal and register an online account, okay? From there, he'll be able to go ahead and remit any taxes or any fees, okay? We also have, as Amanda mentioned, right, you know, the software, it does kind of run on autopilot, but it needs to be administered by a person, right? Meaning when somebody registers, somebody has to look at that registration application and go through an approval process, okay? Somebody needs to look at the tax that's being collected, right? Make adjustments, make modifications, right? Do some reconciliation with your general ledger, right? Or your financial reporting system, okay? So we do have Amy, right, who's involved in the process, right? Approving, you know, collecting revenue, managing the accounts, right? Transactions, maybe doing some audits. And then lastly, we'll show, you know, how somebody, the director level, Dan, right, can go ahead and build reports. And obviously those reports are going to help this group that we're chatting with now make decisions based on data. How does that look for a journey that we can walk through today? Okay. So I'm going to do one more thing here. I'm looking at myself over here. Okay, now I want to be able to see you folks in the room there. see if I can pin this. Okay, that looks good. All right. To keep me honest, again, this presentation, I'm going to really focus on Ben, the business owner, and what his experience is. Okay. Part of this process is also improving the experience for your taxpayers, right? Your businesses. So we'll focus on that. I'll come back just to drive home some of those pieces. It might be an opportunity for you to say like, hey, Matt, I have a quick question. Then we'll move into Amy, and then we'll move into Dan, the director. So at this point, let's take a look at some software. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen here, and we'll show you a little bit about what this portal will look like. Okay. So as I mentioned, I have a couple different sites that I like to showcase here. One is my demo environment, my playground, right, where I can add a bunch of test cases in. The other one's another testing staging site that's a little bit more tuned up with some live, I don't want to say live data, right, but some actual data. Okay, this particular portal represents a business owner login and experience. Okay, I have already gone through the process of logging in, and maybe I'll just show you that, right? So folks are going to have to go and use an email verification to register. That way, when we send out reminder notices to these folks to pay tax, right? It's due on the 20th, late fees. Maybe there's an audit that you're going to do on that particular business, and you want them to provide you with receipts and documentation. We want to be able to send emails to those folks through the system and say, hey, I need you to take action. Okay. So in this case, right, we do have that registration process. They'll be able to register that and then go through that process of verifying their email address. Once we have that email address and they're all set up within the software, that's when they can go ahead and log into the software at any time. Amanda mentioned security is of the highest importance here. Okay. We are talking about business owners. We're talking about, a license and tax data, and that needs to be, secure. So we do have our SOC 2 certification, and part of that does include some multi-factor authentication. So if your IT department requires that your businesses or businesses and staff, or not businesses and only staff, need to authenticate through the software, we have some of those security tools that are in place. Okay. I keep looking down at my phone, and that's only so I can pull up my handy dandy authenticator app and go ahead and plug in that number so that I can get into this site.
And while you're doing that, I'll just clarify with the commissioners, that was already run by IT. They checked Amanda had previously sent I don't want to say specifications, but whatever that security protocol is. And IT had reviewed it and said it met all those requirements that they do. So we'd have to get further into that process if you guys decided to go down this road, but just want to let you know that has already been talked about.
Yeah, thanks so much. Feel free to jump in at any time, Vicki, if you want to add any comments here. Okay. The lay of the land, right? I'm big on user interface, user experience, right? This has got to be easy to use. Okay. The other thing is, when we think about onboarding to a new site, right? What type of support is involved for Rio Blanco? Meaning, is the team there going to be fielding questions about how do I get online? How do I set up my password? How do I add a business? How do I file my taxes? How do I make a payment online? Okay. Know that your team here, right, at Numo does provide those services to Rio Blanco. Okay. So what we'd want to do is we'd want to direct some of those questions on how to use the software to our team. Okay. So we can kind of help filter all that. We'll get folks set up online. We'll get them registered. When it does come to, hey, I want to waive some of my penalties and fees, and hey, I want to dispute this tax dollar amount. Sure, we're going to redirect that over to you folks. We're going to handle some of those questions, right? But this shouldn't be a crutch for you guys to say, oh, we're onboarding a new system. Now we have to answer all these questions about folks getting logged in. We do provide that support service, that level of support services for your business owners. Okay. We also provide support for you guys too, as you're working through the system, but I want you to know that we provide that front end support for your businesses. Now, again, this is my demo site, right? You'll see a welcome section up here towards the top. I'm going to reiterate this a couple times. Designed by you, configured by us for you during onboarding. Okay, it's a full project plan, right, that you'll have to go under, right, where we're going to identify some requirements, what your needs are, what your requirements are, and we're going to build and configure that into the software. Okay, again, informational section up here towards the top. Okay. What you'll see below that is some open tasks that I have. Okay. And this is me. I've logged in, let's say, as Ben, the business owner, right? Even though I'm logged in as Matt Eckstein, right? But this could represent, okay, all the different businesses that I have. I got Ben's Bed and Breakfast. I got a coffee shop. I got a couple coffee shops. I got a consulting business. I got a rental. I got a taco truck. I got another enterprises. Okay. So all of these businesses that show up in my task area means that I need to do something, right? And that could be a initial registration, right? That could be a renewal, okay? That could be to complete a tax form, okay? All outstanding tasks, okay, and tasks that are ready to be completed, right, that are maybe on time, would all appear in this section underneath the businesses, okay? Scrolling down a little bit further here, there is some transaction activity and some informational activity. As I go through the registration process, we utilize what's called task-driven workflow for folks to complete tasks, fill out application forms, upload documentation, right? Maybe a proof of ownership, okay? Maybe some type of state license number. So they can go through that particular process here as well. And they would be able to see, the business owner can see all that information here. They don't need to pick up the phone, call you guys and say, hey, what did I upload in my last renewal or registration? Hey, what did I submit on my previous sales tax form? They will be able to access that information directly through the portal without having to, I don't want to say bug you guys to go ahead and get that information, but there's a theme here, right? We are passionate about, Amanda and I and the rest of the company, that your staff, your workers should be working on revenue generating activities, okay? And, grabbing a historical tax form, if we can provide that to the business owner through the online experience, it's certainly going to free up your team to then, utilize their skills, right, to focus on those revenue generating activities, such as, auditing, right? And we'll get into that here in just a little bit. Okay. Below that, you'll see some account section here where this is me. I'm Ben, the business owner, and I own multiple businesses, so I can link all of my businesses to one site. Okay. This is really great for Ben, right? Why? Because Ben only needs to have one single login and one password to access all of his businesses in one place, okay? There are other sites out there that says, hey, I can only have one online account per a single business, and that's not user-friendly. I don't want to have to log into different sites, okay? This is also helpful, right, in a sense for your, you might have accountants, right? Folks who are doing the tax collection for their book of businesses. They can also have a security access in here to go ahead and pay tax on behalf of the business owner, right, or a property owner. And they would have access to those accounts, and they can, certainly engage and transact with the county there as well. So let's get into some of the features, okay? Essentially, right, folks are going to go through that task-driven workflow. We will go ahead and build in a application process or a renewal process, and that would be triggered automatically. So as soon as their business needs to be renewed, they can go ahead and complete that process here. So let's go. I'll click on this commercial business license application. There's a couple different task types that's included in the software. This is simply an information message task. Again, designed by you, configured by us for you during the online process, right? Why am I here? What am I doing? Okay, they can submit that and acknowledge that. The next thing would be an online form, right? The story here, folks, is text boxes, drop-down menus, radio button lists, required fields, non-required fields, date fields, all that information that you want to capture from the business owner. I'll call that the demographic data. Is all going to be entered here into the software. Once it's entered in the software, it's already part of that account profile within the system. No need to take this data and go enter it into your system of record, right? You're providing that self-service tool to the business owner to go ahead and fill that out. I'm not going to bore you by filling out all this information. The next step in the process, I talked about document upload. Hey, I need to upload a proof of ownership, right? Or a lease agreement. And I can go ahead and go through that particular process. We'll go ahead and let's see, I got my demo docs here. Certificate of ownership. I'll pop that in here and click submit. Okay, and that document is going to be, visible to your team. Okay, some type of questionnaire as part of that particular process, right? Maybe you're asking them to complete some additional form fields within the software. The building blocks of the software is what is required by you and your team. Okay, we will go ahead and build it to your specific specifications, right? That whole application process. Electronic signature is also going to be included here. So if you need to include it's electronic signature accepted in all 50 states. And then the last process would be to pay a fee. Okay. Payments would flow directly through this particular portal. We have a online payment provider. We call it GovOS Pay. And at this particular time, if I have to, owe a certain amount for a business license, I will be able to pay that fee directly through this portal. And then there is robust reconciliation for us to go ahead and reconcile that with your ERP system. Back to the business center here. Before I make that payment, I did want to show you the tax collection forms. Okay. So again, right, imagine a world, right, where we don't have to go ahead and send out tax forms to folks, right? We've found, right, that people are busy these days, right? Maybe they don't read mail as much as they want to, but most people are connected to their phones, right? There was a study that was done that says 90% of the people on the planet all have cell phones, right? So in that case, right, I'm receiving notification emails that, hey, it's time to pay tax, okay? When I receive that notification that it's time to pay tax, I'll log into this portal, and I'm going to see right here under my business that I have a sales tax form or a use tax form to go ahead and complete. Now, I did add some of these and made them late, so you can see how we can calculate some penalties and interest. But let's open up this July form, okay? In this particular case, know that these tax forms are configurable, okay? What that means is that I'm showing you a tax form for my demo environment, but the rows and the text that you see on this, we're going to design that during onboarding. Okay, we'll match your existing tax form, whatever you'd like. Okay, we'd go ahead and include that in here. Okay, but in basic functionality, right? You can see it's laid up here towards the top. I can go ahead and record here, how much revenue I had received during this particular time period. Other deductions that I may want to include on here. But more importantly, when I entered in that 12,000, it automatically calculated the amount of tax that is owed. And because this is a late filing, right, I purposely made it late, we've already included any of the penalty and also interest calculations that have incurred on this, okay? So whether your tax is due on the 15th, or I believe for you guys it's the 20th, right? As soon as they go past that particular date, that's when the system would automatically apply, right, any of those late fees and penalties. And you might be asking, how can I waive that? Absolutely. You guys can go ahead and waive that within the administration tool. Okay. But from the portal here, right, we want to make sure that this person enters in the right amount of tax, pays the right amount of tax, I guess, and it calculates the right amount of penalty and interest. We've also found, right, that this is going to be helpful because I may pay tax, but not calculate the penalty and interest and it's late. So I submit that form. You receive the form, and then you calculate that it's late, and then you have to send an email back to this individual, and then you wait for them to go ahead and pay that, right? A lot of back and forth, okay? So providing this self-service online tool is really going to help to streamline that process, right? It's going to make it easier for Ben, the business owner, and Amy, the tax and licensing analyst. Let's go ahead and I'm going to sign this, title this, date this, and we'll submit that. Now, it's gonna be dropped in my shopping cart, right? It's kind of interesting to say shopping cart, right? We should be able to do business with local government just like we're able to do business. And as Amanda says, we can order toilet paper online from Walmart and Amazon. Transactions should be that easy, right, with local government. So we can go ahead and make payment on this, right? Online credit card. There's some e-check options here as well. And then even we can set up some ACH credits as well. Let me go ahead and just submit this payment because I want you to see that when I do submit this, the software is already doing some of the accounting for you. That's going to help translate this into your financial system. So, okay. So you can see, hey, there's license fees that are included in this particular bucket. Okay. There's sales tax is actually split into a couple different funds. Okay. Again, and this may not apply to Rio Blanco, but I think it's important for you guys to know how flexible the calculations and the configuration of the software can be. And then obviously you see the penalty and interest. So as a taxpayer, I know I'm paying $519 today, but as a finance department running, the financials for an entire county, right? We don't want to have to do that math. We want our software, right? Our partner in this case, to separate that money into those different funds so that we can realize that revenue and report on it later. Okay. Good stopping point for us to pivot into Amy. Let me go ahead and pull up my presentation here. So what we've reviewed just so far, right, is the business owner experience. We talked how Ben's going to, get online and register and then pay some fees. Before I move forward, how does that look?
So I guess my question on that is would it be both for sales tax and use tax, or do we need to talk about that later? How does that work?
Yeah, whichever form it is, right? We'll go ahead and present that form, whether it's a sales tax form, use tax form, lodging tax form, right? You guys do some lodging tax collection there as well. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing too is, you have to imagine that, as Amanda mentioned previously, right? The SUTS program for the Colorado Department of Revenue is also going to be collecting a lot of this for you. Okay. Now, by teaming up with us, okay, we automatically receive that collection, right, through an inherent file transfer, right? Meaning you're not going to have to pull information from the state site and import it into another site. It's the same. We're the same company, the same software. So as your businesses pay through the state portal, you'll look in the next day, right? And you'll see, hey, these particular folks had completed their sales tax form or their use tax form. And now I can see that within the software. Okay. And I can show you an example what that looks like here in just a minute. Does that answer your question, Vicki?
It's basically whatever on your local level on the tax side is what we help. So whatever your ordinance has, that's what we're going to help you with, right? So just to tighten that up in a bow, it's whatever the local level and county side is already collecting, that is what we're going to be helping you guys collect. Plus any information that's coming in from the CDOR side of things, so you can get a little bit quicker reporting too on that aspect.
That kind of leads into what my question has been, and this is Don Stearman. I'm the Community Services Director.
Hey, Don.
The way that Rio Blanco tax is collected, it's countywide, but it's different than most of the ones that we see. Most of them we see the towns within the county will have their own tax, and the county will have its universal tax. The way the ordinance is set up in Rio Blanco County is there's one tax that goes countywide. The county administers it right now, but the sales that occur in the town of Rangeley go to the town of Rangeley. The sales that occur in the town of Meeker go to the town of Meeker. Use tax is the same way, except for, if it's going to be consumed or used in the town of Rangeley or the town of Meeker, the taxes go to that. And then the unincorporated portion of the county gets the sales and use tax that's used or sold or used or consumed within that unincorporated part of the county. How hard is it to customize this software to account for those type of things, so we have a little better automatic process? Okay, this money goes to Rangeley, this money goes to Meeker, this money is county, unincorporated county money.
Yeah, great question. Not hard at all, because what we'll do is we're going to tap into, let's say, your GIS, addresses. Okay, so when we tap into your GIS and your addresses, what we'll be able to do is, in a sense, pull in geographic data. Okay, so one of the main themes here, right, that we'll get to is reporting. Right, we talked about some of the demographic data of information that we're taking in from the applicant. Okay. But then from there, right, we'll have different fields for geographic. And so, like, in a sense here, right, you see like different areas here. Okay, so in your particular build, right, this is where you'll have a designation for the city, like Rangeley. Okay, once we're having the demographic data, right, and then backing that up, or reassuring that with the geofence data, right, of where these are particularly located, right, these are now fields within the software that then you can run reports. Okay, so in this particular case, I would want to be able to run a report of, show me all the businesses, right, in Rangeley that have submitted, use tax, okay, during this particular time period. Okay, because all of that is field information, and even the transaction data of where we've collected that are all stored within the software, we're going to be able to generate some reports on that. Is that some information that you guys have had a challenge getting today?
I don't think that we've dived that deep, to be honest with you. My name is Debbie. I'm the Sales and Use Tax Administrator, by the way. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself at the
Hey,
beginning.
Deb.
Yeah, we haven't really done, I mean, if somebody asks, there's ways to get it. But I think, we're small enough to where I believe, at least, I don't want to put words in the town's mouths, but they just take a look at their NAICS codes, and they can run reports and things like that through the state system, and also look at them and get totals for lodging businesses or restaurant businesses and those kind of things through the state set system. And I in fact, I don't think either one of my townspeople that I work with have, at least right now, the time or the inclination to do that. Not saying that it would never be used, because I don't think that is the case. I think that maybe if it was there, it would be used.
Yeah.
I'm
You don't-
here.
By myself as well.
You can come on
Come
up.
on.
Say, come on up, Lisa.
Sorry, we have Lisa Perrin,
Where's
who
Lisa?
is our town manager in
Either
Rangeley.
way,
He's here with us.
If Karen picks up, so.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi. Well, and I mean, obviously, I don't know all the whys and what fors. Debbie and I've worked together for a long time. I mean, she's really the one that administers it. I mean, my concerns are, number one, I don't want our sales tax to be delayed getting it into our fund. I don't know how this system manages that, because we use those sales tax immediately for expenses, and we get that directly from the state. And Debbie can attest to this. We really can't share the sales tax information with anybody, even trustees. I mean, we could go do analysis and stuff, but as small as we are, that's really not something that to me is of quantitative value, because we're so small. Encouraging businesses, that's where I'd probably look at the type of businesses, but I don't know that we really analyze that. So I don't know that we really utilize anything like that. I mean, when you're talking about internet, and Debbie can obviously attest to this too, sometimes it's not where the business's address is, but where the product's actually used, especially in the oil field. So that could be a little more tricky than just quantifying an address of where the business originates as to where it's being used, because that's based on sales and use tax too. So that might be a little spin on how that, because obviously we reconcile that with Debbie every month. So
And I love that, right? I love hearing all these.
I mean, that's just stuff that Debbie knows, obviously, and she'd have to reconcile that. But those are things that, a system like this isn't necessarily perfect. And how do you, because a business owner's going to go and say, oh, well, Baker Hughes, it's in Rangeley, but more often than not, you guys know that's a huge sales tax that the county takes because it's used in the county. I doubt Baker Hughes will know how to enter an address in of where it's used, because it's going to be a location, you know what I mean?
That could be on the form.
But like I said, that's the
Simple.
kind of thing that would take a little more education for probably the oil field companies. But like I said, from the town's point of view, I just want to make sure that we get our revenues, as we always have, directly from the state, and that's not going to cause another delay. I don't really understand like how your system works, so apologies if I'm just talking out of, but that would be my only concern. from the town's point.
No. Yeah, no, that's a good concern, and this doesn't delay any collections from the state. So I think we need to correct that really quick. You still are getting your collections to the state. You are still getting your funds the same exact way from the state. The only thing our system is doing, if you choose to, is it connects to the state's portal so you can see in real time funds that are coming your way or new accounts that have been set up that are going to be coming your way. But it does not interfere with your actual distributions or how you're doing things nowadays. It just gives you a quicker reporting view if you want to do that. Does that kind of help make you feel a little bit
We
better?
only get sales tax once a month, so it's not like having
Perfect.
individual things on a regular basis is gonna really change how we view things.
Well, not, if I understand the way that it's working, it could actually help us when we reconcile this and catch problems that you're talking about where the tax went to the wrong place. Whether it's county, Meeker, Rangeley. If we had the form set up correctly, this could actually reduce the errors and make things go faster and get a cleaner reconciliation faster.
I mean, Debbie's doing the work, so I don't.
What happens if Debbie's not here? See, that's the thing.
Well,
This
I
is
mean,
no-
she's still, it's really more of the county's issue because
Yeah.
very rarely does she
Right.
get back to the town. So
That's right.
for the county, for sure. And I mean, obviously, we get our sales tax probably around the 8th, and then Debbie reconciles it as quickly as possible, and we write you a check on the 15th. So it's not like you guys are out anything in that month. It might be a little delay, but we kick it around pretty quickly because Debbie works on that right away.
Well, and not to say Deb's going anywhere. I'm just saying,
No, no,
got
no.
to build a thing at some point.
I mean,
Deb's going to win the lottery and she may choose to leave. We've got to have some kind of
No,
contingency that
I
says
agree
how
with
do
you
we
from the county
process it?
perspective, it probably would be helpful. But like I said, I don't know how quickly people report. I mean, Debbie, I don't know if you even can answer that.
Hey, Matt, I do have a question. This form, where does this come in the process?
You mean like what's included in here?
I mean, where,
Like when they submit their sales tax.
yeah, where does this come in the process? And I just want to, I guess, clarify something. Obviously we are state collected on lodging tax and sales tax. And I guess I want to clarify that the way that works, the vendor is the one that makes the decision on where this revenue is going. Okay. So if they've, and the problem with us is, and actually it's not really a problem, it's just an issue. It's one of those things that happen. We don't have, obviously a Rio Blanco County zip code or anything, all of the unincorporated businesses that are in Rio Blanco County have either a Meeker mailing address or a Rangeley mailing address. And so, the vendor are the ones that through a lot of software, Avalara, etc., they are supposed to put this revenue in the correct place. So they collect the revenue, they send it in to the state of Colorado. The state administers everything, late notices, all that information. And then what they do, the state just, in our case, divides it by the 3 jurisdictions, sends it to me, and then it gets administered. And actually the towns get their revenue along with the revenue information directly from the state, but I'm the one that does anything with it. So, but what I'm saying, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, so the revenue gets placed, let's say in the wrong jurisdiction at the very beginning with the vendor, it goes to the state. The state doesn't know, doesn't have any information regarding what's right or what's wrong. All they do is separate it, then they send it to me, and that's when I get it. And I'm the one that sees, being that we are so small, where the revenue is wrong. And luckily, we have it set up the way that we do, because I can transfer it internally and let the Department of Revenue know, what's going on. They deal with it, and it's timely. And it's quite a bit of revenue, since we do have a lot of industry, mining, soda plant, etc., out in the county. And that's kind of how that works. So I'm still kind of confused about the form and how we think that would help that situation, because the vendor doesn't know, the state doesn't know, only I know.
Well, I think that's the point here, Deb, is only you know, right? So by including these form fields in here where you can specify, right, the correct taxation area, because to your point, the vendor doesn't know, okay?
Yeah.
You'll see these accounts come in. You're going to place them in the right category, okay? And then also, it was Lisa, right? Lisa, you make a great point as well, okay? The vendor is not going to know everything 100% of the time. And we can do the best to educate the business owner as they fill out the application. I think the other gentleman, I forgot your name, you talked about, hey, it's not all on the form, but that's going to be cross-referenced by an internal staff, okay? But more importantly, it's now a part of that business record within a system of record that anybody can report on and take a look at that particular data. So you might say, oh, this particular business came in through the state. They're not allocated to the right location, okay? Because they're selling goods in this area. I get that the business operates in this area, but they're selling goods in this other area, okay? So it looks like that revenue shouldn't go to Rangeley, it should go to the county, okay? So this is going, by including these different fields, right? These different taxation areas. Again, don't look so much as the terminology that I have in this site, because these fields are going to represent what's important to Rio Blanco, okay? These are your fields. You get to tell us what the naming convention of the field is. You get to tell us what the drop-down menus are, right? And the naming convention of those different areas. And that's what we're going to record on the business, okay? So we record that on the business. We mirror that up with the transaction data. And at the end of the month, we should be able to look, right, and say, hey, this amount of revenue was pulled, right? And it went to this particular business area, okay, or taxation area, okay? This shows you a bit of an example of what that might look like, okay? In this particular case, this is where the system is crunching the numbers, okay? You're actually able to come up here and select your different tax types. And you'll notice in here, right, they got different use tax for different areas as well. And you're going to have the same level of configuration within the software. Okay, I think it was Don that asked me, like, how does your software configure? Well, what we do is we create these transaction SKUs, which essentially represents your general ledger or any other way to slice and dice some of this transaction data. Okay, then your team can come in here and say, show me this tax, and this tax, and show me during this particular time period. The software is going to then spit out and say, hey, in this taxation area, this is the amount that you collected based on that tax, okay? You can now cross-reference some of this data with actual, right? That's already been sent out to those locations. And then even, Deb, like you say, oh, this doesn't look quite right, okay? So we need to pop these guys over here as well, and then you can rerun some of these reports. Now, the last thing here before I take another question, because I feel like Deb's got to ask another question, but this is also the data that can help drive and help decision-making processes for the entire county, right? And the cities as well, okay? So in this particular case, like, how much have I collected, right? How much we have collected based on this tax in this area this year, right? How does that compare with the previous year? How does that compare, let's say, with historical years as well, right? Are we seeing a trend up, right? Are we seeing a trend down, right? Does the county need to invest resources in this area or this industry type or this business type? I understand you may not be asked some of those questions today, but wouldn't it be nice to know, right? The growth and potentially decline.
Sure.
How quickly does it correct? Like, I mean, if somebody enters that, does it go directly to the state? And like the instance that we're talking about, how quickly can you make that reconciliation? And does the state change it from Rangeley to Rio Blanco County? And does it happen in real time, or is that delayed by a month?
That's a good question, and that's part of the problem that we have. I think the regular way that the state goes about it is that I'm tasked with every month having to go through the revenue and let them know what is, excuse me, what's incorrect and have it changed. And a lot of time there's 3, 4, 5 months that goes by before those are actually changed. And
How does this system reconcile it?
right.
Well, I think the good thing here, right, is that we now have that business or that account number, right, that came from it was generated from the state site. Okay, you got that right, Deb? Generated by the state site. Okay, transmitted to your local system of record. Okay. You then make the changes and the adjustments of allocating that business, right, to its correct business allocation, right? You can see you're going to put these fields in here, okay? Next month, they complete their tax form. That information comes in from the state site. You've already gone through, right, and allocated, right, where that business's revenue should be. And now I know some of the use tax could be different, right, because they're doing it in different areas, okay, but that could go into a particular form field within the software. And again, that feels like it's something that you need to review, right, to make sure, because this is revenue generating activity, right? But we need to store that within the software to know where that revenue needs to go, okay? So I think, Lisa, you asked the question, right? The state, I know what the state system looks like, right? I've seen it many times. Okay. There's a lot going on in the state level, right? With all the different jurisdictions. I don't think they're making some of those small adjustments. Okay. They're going to pass it off to the account number. And at that point, right, when they pass it off to the account number, that's when you'll have the right allocations within your system of record. If you didn't have our software, you would be downloading, pulling that file, right? Importing into some other system or getting it on a flat file, right? And then having to look through some of those adjustments and make those adjustments. At this point, it's the same software, right? So we're interconnected. We receive that information, and that information we store on the account.
And what we can actually do too, Matt and Deb and Lisa, this might help everybody out too, is we can pull in our CDOR team, Deb, on a different meeting, not right now, but on a different meeting, and you can ask a lot more of these clarifying questions to them, right? Because they're the experts on how quickly that can be changed and to give you some accurate information. I would love our next step to be with you, Vicki and Lisa, if you'd like to join, just to ask some of our CDOR team some of these questions so you can feel comfortable with some of the responses, and again, just get more accurate information from them. Sure. Does that work for you, Deb?
Yeah, and I am, of course, I've been here for a long time, so I know everyone at the CDOR pretty well.
Okay. Well, good. They'll be like, okay, yes,
you may know some of our team members.
Probably. Amazingly, we're kind of friendly, so that's a good thing, right? I do have a question on this form. Okay, so you're telling me that you have one of these forms for each and every sales tax account that I would have. So, 50,000 of them for my county or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's going to have an account.
When we, if I'm not going through the same thing that I always do, how do I let you know or me know or whatever that this is wrong? Do I go into this form, or does it go through you guys? Or does it go through the state in between? How does that work? And is this form eventually sent to the vendor directly?
You have full control of this system, Deb. That's the best part. You're not at the mercy of us to change anything in your local system and this system that we'd be providing to you guys. So you can easily come in here and make any kind of corrections. You don't need to email and ask us. If you like to, feel free. But as you've mentioned, the county, how things work. So you could probably come in here and make the changes a lot quicker. The business owners always has a system of records. So if they're filling out the forms, they always have access to their form. And if they have to make changes, they do have to go through an approval process with you before a change is made. If they're going to close out their account, you also have to approve that to make sure they don't owe you any outstanding balances.
Right. And I'm kind of wondering about that because I'm wondering, since we are state collected, if I have that authority. Is that a fair question to ask?
That is a fair question.
If I deal directly with a sales tax vendor.
I think we have a couple of commissioner questions, so I want to jump in here and because we
Okay.
are on limited time.
I think we understand how the software works and how it would be an advantage. That the elephant in the room here for me is use tax. And how you collect the use tax in this program, how would it be used there? Because that, in my, what I understand, it is going to be the biggest chore to getting this system moved.
I feel like I need to kind of just a quick overview on how we do use tax. Would that be all right?
Now, we are running on time, so we've got 10 minutes left. So
okay. We do not pre-collect on every building permit.
Deb, we understand how it works. Do you need to explain it to them?
Well,
or can they just tell us how that system will work?
Let's just go ahead and do that since we're short on time.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, folks, right? This particular business center portal is not just for sales tax. It's not just for lodging tax. It's not just for business license or short-term rental licenses, right? It's also for use tax, okay? When you're asking me, how do we collect use tax, okay? Well, when somebody has a construction project that they're starting, okay, that business is going to have an account within the software, okay? And from there, we would then need to ask them to complete a use tax form, and that's going to be presented to that business owner or that contact person for that business with the cadence of on the 20th of every month. Okay. It would be a specific use tax form. Okay. So we've talked a lot about the state system and how that's going to be collecting, right? Sales tax, but let's talk about the use tax because that's collected there locally. Okay. Mm-hmm. When that comes in, remember, team, that particular business who's running that particular construction project is going to have a profile where they're going to have these form fields filled out of where that tax is going to be allocated from. Okay. As soon as that tax is collected, the software is then going to allow you to run the reports to say, hey, this is where that tax needs to be essentially routed to, right? Because in this particular,
let me interrupt you just a second there, just for the time's sake. We understand how all that would work.
Got it.
The problem that we're going to get into is auditing. When they fill out this stuff and say, I built the house and I used this much, I bought this much in county and out of county, is there a place they can upload receipts and so that we can audit this without a big hassle?
Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely. So similar to when I went in through that registration process and I uploaded documentation, we do have auditing features that are directly within the software. Okay. If you want to store and track some of those audits, right? And these are some of the things that we think is revenue generating activity. Okay. Great question on the auditing piece, right? What type of audit, right? When did they commence? What use tax are you auditing through what particular period? Who's the contact person? Okay. And then what you can do is you can store your receipts in here, right? And you're going to include your recovery items, okay? Because I know in talking a little bit with Vicki, right, Deb, you've been able to find some discrepancies in certain receipts, okay, you're going to enter that information into the software. And what's great about this is you kick the task back out to the taxpayer through the portal. And you say, hey, you owe me $50, or you owe me $82.69. Okay. And you might even say, I'm going to tee off an audit on your particular project, and I need you to send me the receipts. Okay. So that can also trigger a process. There's a couple things here, right? Triggering the process to allow them to come into the portal and upload the documentation instead of mailing, or I don't know if they come in and visit you, Deb, and bring you coffee and donuts, right? But businesses can do this through the portal now. Okay. Deb can record the audit. The audit findings are now stored within the software. And then on another point, you'll also be able to report now on audit recovery, right? On an annual, on a monthly, quarterly, annual basis, because that's now a transaction SKU within the software. So let me know how that resonates with the team. I had some of these forms open so we could take a look at that.
That answers my questions, and I'm comfortable with it. So I'm
Great.
Perfect.
Me too. It sounds like it could be customized to where it might help
Mhm.
quite a bit.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the other thing too is I think having access to reports where you can build your own kind of ad hoc report, based on the columns of information or the different filters within the business. Okay. Again, this is your system of record. You want to be able to pull on business categories or different statuses. Okay. Different tax forms, right, that you want to be able to include, or different areas. Okay. And you want to be able to provide a list of, let's say, contractors, right, that are currently operating, right, in Rangeley, because you want to look at those folks and see what their remittances are. And then to add to that, right, I want to be able to take a look at those businesses and see what they've remitted on a monthly basis over the course of the year, right? So, hey, are we seeing a dip in revenue? Do I want to reach out to that particular, these types of reports are letting you know who didn't pay.
So, and it just thinking out loud here, it seems like that would be a very good place to use AI to examine these forms and build a report so that our person wouldn't have to spend a lot of time doing these audits.
Exactly.
Something that you do?
As far as incorporating AI into this product, we're not quite there yet. However, the reports are configured to give the team the data that they would need based on the target areas that they're looking to review. That's something we'll reach back out to the team and get some more information on that. Great question.
Okay, so we are got about 4 minutes left. So for any closing comments or anything?
Yeah, a couple things here. I just kind of want to go back to my journey before I finish up here, right? I think what we want to do is we want to give Ben, right, guided entries, good communication, and simplify his tasks, right? I want to give Deb, right? Let's just take out Amy and put Deb in there, right? Streamline processes, right? A single screen to optimize your effort, right? So that you're working on those revenue generating activities. And we want to give, the commissioners and other director level folks complete understanding, the best compliance, right? So that you can make informed policy there and internal. So on that note, I'll zip my lip and then ask the team if they have any other closing questions, because we only got a couple minutes here.
This is Don Stearman. I do have one last question. It seems to me like those audits are more real, or not audits, but the forms come to us in more real time. So we can look at them as they're happening and catch mistakes earlier. Would that be a fair way to say that?
Yes, sir.
Deb, if you're working in person with somebody, right? I think, yes, you can add an audit so quickly to the software, right? You pull up that particular business, you search for them within the particular software. I know I'm going to come back to my demo environment, but to your point, Don, right? Deb's talking with somebody, she's on her computer, right? She goes to the audit tab and then she adds an audit. Okay. Once she adds the audit, she'll have the audit screen that she can go ahead and start recording this information or uploading that documentation. So Don, from a real-time perspective, absolutely. She's going to be able to engage with the software as she's doing that, let's say in person.
I will add though that the software is only as good as the information that you put in.
Absolutely.
And, not everybody does that timely, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that's always an issue. But it looks like something, you know, at least they get the information and they know that they're in our sites for information.
And I think just a last consideration on that is that this doesn't replace a position. It doesn't replace Deb in any way. We've got to have that person, got to have Deb to be able to do her stuff. Hopefully the goal would be, at least I would think the goal would be, is by automating some of this and by quickening that response when the commissioners say, we need this report, they're getting it quicker because that stuff is not something that, you know, it's already been worked out. I guess that it automates the process, speeds it up so that you can focus on then doing those things that you have to do manually, that you do have to dive deep in.
And one of my considerations is it puts it in a system that no matter who's running the system, it is there. We don't have to, if something happens to Deb tomorrow, we're not caught out here in the blind.
She wins the lottery.
We've got a system.
You keep saying
You win the lottery.
I know, I'm putting it out there, Deb. You're welcome. You and Phil.
I mean, it's it's no secret that Deb, you would be important to the building of the software, right? Because we need to include the right form fields, right? The right taxable groups, right? You know, the right cadence for the tax forms, right? I'm sure you're going to have to test the late fees and the penalty and interest and how that calculates, right? I mean, you're going to be, you'd be like the super user of like getting this thing, you know, off the ground.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have some further information. I'd like to have something in front of me that shows the success rate, percentages, things like that, you know. I think the commissioners are going to be interested in that part too.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much.
Oh, you guys are very welcome. Thank y'all for y'all's time. We really appreciate it. Vicky, feel free to share my contact information with anybody. I'm more than happy to set up one-off meetings or just address questions via email or over the phone.
Okay. My guess is that once we get a little closer, maybe we have another, if we do end up deciding to pursue this, that we have another meeting maybe to dive a little bit further into it, but probably some time.
Absolutely.
To work with Deb and then, see where we can get from there. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That will definitely be our next step. You'll be hearing from me. You guys have a great day and a great week.
Thank
you. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, man.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Deb.
We are going to take a really quick break.
I appreciate it. Really.
All right, we are back with the work session, and we have a presentation by the Fair Board to review the 2025 RBC Fair and information regarding the 2026 RBC Fair. So Crandall, Dannon, if you guys want to come up, please.
Come on in. Sit close so the commissioners can get you. Just kidding, Dan. Just kidding, Dan.
Come on, okay.
I rarely hit anybody. You know? I tell
Don't
them,
mind, I'll stand. I just like, I'm used to standing all day and I feel like I've been sitting all morning.
Okay.
So, first of all, Crandall Morgan, President of the Fair Board, I'd like to say thank you to you guys as commissioners and county administration. I think this year with Fair, you guys helped more than you'll ever know of allowing some of your county employees to come out and volunteer time, you guys to come up and volunteer time and help us with Fair. It's amazing just how 1 or 2 sets of hands now and 4 or 5 sets of hands later, that kind of stuff, it really, really helps out. And until you have that extra set of hands, you don't realize how much. And just really kind of being an active role in the member or in the board the last few years. And then last year, first year as president, kind of seeing it running and so on. This year, it seemed like it ran so much smoother and easier for us because we had more people helping us. Chrissy was amazing inside helping in there. I mean, I know a lot of other people also stepped in and helped with a lot of things. So I'd like to just start by saying thank you to you guys and to the entire county for all of that. So, and then this is kind of my first year coming and kind of giving a little debrief from Fair. So I'll kind of give a couple things and I'll kind of let Dannon chime in here with a few things. And then if you guys have any questions, comments for us, I would welcome anything like that. I'll hit on a couple of the big points, and that is we had a pretty large increase in participation this year. Our exhibitor numbers this year, we had 356. Which was up from 331 last year. And those were checked in exhibitors. We did have some others that had originally entered, but they never brought their fruit or their flowers or anything like that to Fair. Those combined for a grand total of 2,022 entries. And this is where we saw our biggest growth. And last year we were at 1,691 total entries. So we were up just over 300 total entries. And I think a big part of that is due to Twyla and Karen's big push and Danae's help with getting things out on social media. We had a big increase inside we were just talking our quilt show. We've already talked to Nick. We need another cable run across there because we ran out of space this year for quilts. And I don't know if you guys had a chance to walk through there, but we had some amazing quilts in there this year.
Chrissy and I hung them.
Yes, that's right. Forgot about that. But then we had increased number of entries, like our junior high junior high and elementary art teacher brought in a bunch. And I know I talked to her just last week when she came and picked up her premiums that she is going to try to get more of her students and kids to where she might even just hold on to the art projects, not let them have them back until they take them to Fair. So I think that's where we're seeing our biggest growth and entry and so on. On the livestock end of things, we actually were down in numbers this year. We graduated a larger group of kids last year than we had new coming in this year. And we had a handful of kids that in the past have exhibited 2 animals that this year only exhibited 1 species. So our sale this year we sold 131 animals. Last year we sold 155. But then this is where our hats off to Dannon and the sale committee really worked and took a hold of trying to figure out what we could do to better the sale for the kids and better the sale for the buyers. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback from the buyers that our sale ran more efficiently, it ran quicker, there wasn't the downtime to it, and that type of stuff. Our sale this year
by the time so our sale was 421,650. The add-ons was 85,532, for a grand total of just over $507,000. Last year, selling 14 more animals, our sale was at 479.55. So selling 14 fewer animals, we increased the overall gross of the sale by just over $28,000. That's huge to our sale committee. We had a great steak dinner. We've had a lot of positive feedback on the meal that we had for him, that kind of stuff, and go from there. So with that, then Dannon's our treasurer, and so I'll kind of let her give a little bit on some of our finance end of sponsorships and so on.
So to put that in perspective, the Colorado State Fair, their gross was 530,000, which
Wow.
that includes all counties. So really, our sale did pretty good for our little tiny sale.
And with that, that's with selling a $65,000 Grand Champion steer. Now it is also only selling, I believe, including turkeys and rabbits, it was 60 some animals, was the grand total. It was just over 100 animals when you include the pins of chickens and pins of rabbits. But sorry, it was 80 some total animals with just over 100 total animals, 80 some entries, I believe, in the sale with that. But yeah, I mean, for them to be at 500,000 with 65 of that being chewed up with one animal is pretty.
You got the record on,
No,
on 65, was that the record?
no.
Really? They sold one for more than that?
Yeah, I don't
Actually
remember for
down.
sure, but I believe that one was far from being the highest they've had. I believe an $89,000 steer, 1 year, that kind of stuff. The grands were right, kind of, I think they averaged about where they have. Their reserves were down. Colorado State Fair is trying to work on all the rest of the animals, because they're
Very low.
very, very low. Like,
They're getting
a little-
2,000.
yeah, when kids can sell a fat steer right now at the sale barn for pushing $3,000 and they're only getting 2,800 to a state fair sale.
Yeah.
They've had some people opt out of even selling a steer at state fair because kids have got to pay a feed bill at the end of the year, no matter what. So
What do you think CSU can do to?
well, and that's not much CSU. CSU doesn't have a whole lot to do with that. That's with the State Fair Commission itself.
Yeah, you said CSU was looking at that. I just wondered what can CSU do?
You know, I don't really know. I know that the State Fair Commission is trying to do comparable to what we've done with their sale committee. They're really trying to revitalize it. They had a huge eye opener a year ago when during the Grand Champion Lamb Drive, the judge went out, shook the Grand Champion's hand, shook the Reserve Champion hand, went to go shake a young man for third place overall. And the young man said, with all respect, as soon as I shake your hand, I'm entering a contract with you and I do not want to sell my animal for the price I will get it at the fair. And walked his animal out of the ring, followed by 3 other kids. And then that young man ended up taking that lamb on to American Royal and made sale there. Did quite well with his lamb there. But when that happened, it was an eye-opening with the State Fair Commission. And so they are hugely trying to work on coming up with a plan. And I think the biggest thing is they have gotten a committee of show animal producers in the state to try to work with them on how they can remedy that.
Just for the record, 66,000 was the record in 19 for the state fair.
Oh, 60, for some reason I thought it was higher.
According to Google.
Okay.
This is true story in 19.
I must be thinking a different.
Must be kind of a different sale.
I know National Western is over 100,000.
Yes.
Okay.
So this year in sponsorship, we had around 28,000, which includes the sale as well, sponsorships we had for the sale. And in 24, we had 21,900, so that is up. This year for livestock and shooting sports, we ordered buckles before the fair, and that totaled 12,000. The 4 grand champion stuff. We had mini buckles for the reserve champion showmanship, and that totaled 1,400. We just placed another order for the horse show buckles, which is around $2,000.
Those are for the ones that we needed to make sure that there was a minimum number of entries in the classes before we would purchase the buckles.
How come now? Okay.
Indoor premiums are up because of our numbers. We actually had to get more money because our premiums are totaling around 3,500 this year compared to 3,000 last year. The sale for our commission of the sale, we got $1,184.74. That was our commission. That was because of the increase in commission that we decided as a sale committee.
How much was it again? Sorry.
$7,184.74.
And that's what you got out of it.
That's
as
what
the
we-
fair board,
that's what
not
we got.
them. Okay.
Yep.
Correct.
Excellent.
Which I think we totaled it, and I think theirs was around 15,000, I think, for their commission, which in comparison last year, the online auction, I think, was just 8,000. So we actually did pretty good for that. Yeah. Shooting sports made great efforts to provide venues in Rangeley, which is helping promote the county concept. This year's total budget was 3,516, which a portion of that was sponsored awards, so best of show and coloring contest. That was for the premiums. Premiums are $5 for grand, $4 for reserve, $3 for blue, $2 for red, and $1 for white.
Those haven't went up much since I was a 4-H.
Wow.
No, it's funny when
I
you're
like
handing premiums out and people come in and all of a sudden you're like, hey, congratulations, here's $2.
I know. So that's weird. So is that a 4-H thing? Is that
No, that's.
who sets that? Fair board?
That is set by us.
Huh.
And that's based off of what we've got within the budget and so on.
Okay. That was a long time ago, just for
So 2024 ribbon order was $2,400. This year it was 2,000, which is going to go down because we have, we're no longer giving ribbons for 4th, 5th, and 6th place in the livestock area and the indoor area. So that has gone down. Approximately 70 thank you notes were sent out to sponsors, and postage was provided privately. I think that's about it.
So with that, that means we've got individual sponsors, and I think some of them were as low as $50 and some of them were as high as I believe we had a couple of them that were just a little over in excess of $5,000, ranged anywhere in there. But the fair board, mostly Karen actually would say with the fair board, sent individual thank yous to each of those that gave them out. There was handful of new businesses, such as Tractor Supply this year. We went and talked to them and they donated all the shavings for our show ring and sale ring. So that was a little better than $1,000 savings on this. But again, it's not a guarantee that we can get it every year type deal. So that was, it was nice seeing that we had some new businesses and people to help us out and so on.
So those thank yous are from the fair board for that kind of stuff, not the kids' sales and stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
The kids send out their own thank yous
Right.
for the buyers.
Okay.
And their sale pictures, actually, we just received them yesterday, so they're being handed out.
And part of the reason why we do that is we actually had some businesses that came to us here 4 or 5 years ago, that said, this is awesome, but for us to get 60 individual thank yous,
Mhm.
we will never make it through that many. And to be honest, some of them we have trouble reading,
Mhm.
and the kids handwrite them and so on. So that's kind of when we went to then a year where we did kind of bigger generic thank you and ask every kid to sign it, and it got pretty jumbled up.
Mhm.
So we've since just gone to where we as a fair board send a thank you out on behalf of the kids and the fair board to say thank you to those sponsors. So with that, I guess I would open it. If you guys have got comments, questions, anything like that.
Oh,
Deb
this
and I-
new dates for
Oh,
26.
yeah.
Fair.
Yep. Before we're done, we do want to present to you our requested dates for fair for next year. So if you'd like those now, or if you'd like to ask some questions first, we're good with whatever.
Typically you commissioners do approve that. We could do that as an add to the agenda if you'd like to just knock that out. I don't think it'll be too contentious.
I'd like to thank you guys, and it takes everybody to do something like that, and your board did an excellent job this year. We've got a pretty good team put together, it feels like, from our end.
Thank you.
We appreciate that, and you deserve a lot more of the credit than you're taking.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
very much.
It is nice. And, I think all of us at County Fair kind of took on different roles, helping, whether it was inside, Aaron and Twyla, they took and ran with indoor. Wade took and ran with kind of helping be our go-to in between with helping Nick and things we needed to have set up. Jamie was there just wherever we needed help.
He was everywhere.
He was.
Yeah. Yeah. And Rebecca was, she was on computer. She was helping with meals. She was helping in the ring, kind of back and forth wherever needed. Dan and huge on the finances, knowing where we were all the time and make sure we had, all of our monies there for premiums and payouts, and helping make sure that the roping went off and all that type of deal. So, I think we all learned a lot. Fair entry was an animal that not gonna lie, about last February, March, I was pretty scared to jump into it. It's actually pretty user friendly. There's a lot of different places you can click thinking you're gonna get the right place, but as soon as you get the right place, it really is pretty user friendly. And I think after we talked at our fair board meeting here a couple weeks ago, we're going to really try to get a couple people to where we've got an indoor and a fair entry guru, an outdoor livestock fair entry guru, and then kind of our fair board / extension office fair entry guru, because then that way we've got more than just a person or two that can answer questions and help get things done. And that will be a big part. We learned fair entry, like on the indoor exhibits, and email address can only accept 150 entries. And when we have a bunch of our elderly people from the community, they don't always have an email address. So a lot of them we enter under RBC Fair Board. We maxed that one out. So we then went to RBC Fair Board 1, and got that figured out and so on. So getting some things like that will just help us smooth things out as we go forward also.
So one other thing just to point out is that the timekeeping that was for our staff, for the finance staff, was so much reduced. I mean, having you guys take that, I mean, I don't know that Carol was overloaded this time because of course she didn't have to worry about the sale, which was the biggest piece of it. But then your interactions, how did that go with our finance staff? Did you feel like it was productive and
It was
everything?
good. There were sometimes when Carol was like, we can't get you a check right now. And I said, we need to get this paid as soon as we can. Mostly it was getting buckles and awards and stuff like that. She wanted to wait for your guys' pay cycle to go through to be able to pay that stuff. And it would be easier to have a credit card, just that we need to get these buckles paid. and not wait for the pay
And I
cycle.
don't know
But
why we've never done a credit card, if that might be a solution to that, because you could always use the credit card, then the payment would come at the normal.
It'll be
time
just
period.
one cycle rather than
Why
as
do
you
we-
had.
Why do we need a new
supplier.
credit card? Why couldn't I just give them mine or we use one that's existing?
we did use, Danny put the horse buckles on hers this time, Danny, Massey.
Messy.
And it worked great. There's a couple of times that we did that. That it
The
helped.
only thing I would say is trying to keep that cap at $100,000. I mean, you're right, because it would only be that period when you start, when do you really start getting hot and heavy on it? Is like May, April, where you start needing those.
The awards committee really starts looking and trying to get some quotes and bids like back in February. And I don't remember, I want to say that she placed the order in March, April. And then,
Yes.
and then we got the confirmation of the artwork and that kind of stuff.
And then we got them
in
paid.
May. And so I don't know when in that,
May
through
through,
that process, we've got to put a deposit down. I don't know.
I know we got some paid in June. That was for the banners. I think it was March, April, May.
I mean, I agree, instead of setting up a new credit.
We're trying to get a hold of our credit card, so
Yeah.
let's
Not do-
let's try
not
and
do
find
it
a
like-
different way to pay it. Maybe we need to look at our accounts payable system and figure out a way to pay them when they need to be paid, rather than do.
That will happen with the new rollout, the first
Right.
quarter
That's what I'm
of
thinking.
2026,
The
but
problem might be solved already.
And
Just letting the
or
impact or something.
where are we at for next year? We talked about them trying to have their own checking account and we just put the money in it. That we didn't have the issue. So where are we at with that conversation?
We're trying to figure that out. We're working on our budget tonight.
Okay.
And we're trying to figure that out.
So then, but we had the conversation about, it would be kind of like we would just do a grant to you. So,
Which
but
we
you
already
have
have.
you do have an account that you sign on.
Yeah, we
You
already
sign
have,
up.
we have a livestock account and then we have another account that's for the fair board that you guys could put money into. You guys are on that,
But
County
you
is-
can sign on
yeah.
it too. Okay.
Yeah.
So then that would be, if we just put the money in that account,
and then
then it
key
would
thing
be
is
a
the
done deal.
reconciliation, I think, and that would be, you know,
But that'd just be monthly. You just submit the receipts from that account on a monthly basis.
and you guys get the statements
Mhm.
automatically sent to the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think,
So, yeah, if you guys, and I think that's one of the things that I looked at, you know, you'd asked me about a while ago, and I don't see why we couldn't just do it a grant system. So we say, okay, you guys budget and you say you need blank dollars for the fair, and this is what we have in our budget, and then do it as a grant. And then they're responsible for administering it, so you don't have to think with the nickel and dime stuff. They do it and then they reconcile. So if anybody wants to see the books, then they can do the books upon, you know, reasonable notice.
The challenging part could be, we get a lot of our sponsorship in kind of that end of May through part of June.
Mhm.
If we've got to order buckles and stuff like that, prior to that, we might not always be running with that amount in that exact account, but it will be coming in within, say, 30 days. most of the
Well,
time.
and you know, most of the monies that you spend are closer to fair as far as the fair stuff. So you could probably adjust that a little bit and say, okay, why don't we've got these monies now when these sponsorships come in, then that helps. Pay that. So you could probably adjust it internally that way. If you had your accountant and a grant.
or if we do it as a grant, we just give them that amount of money
Yeah. And then
after the first of the year.
after the first year, and then you
They bought
allocate it as you need and deem fit. And if you bring in other sponsorship dollars, you can allocate that when they come in.
then you don't have to keep running back and forth to, I like to see you come by the office, but.
No, that would be easier, just,
Yeah.
then I could, if we need somebody paid real quick, I could just write a check and
Exactly.
be done with it.
We can get that.
and I don't know what kind of financial controls, Don, I'll defer to you as first.
Yeah, we
Kind
can
of
develop
controls
those
we can
controls
figure
internally with you guys and then with finance on
Okay.
the best way to do it, just to make sure that you guys continue to have dual control, 2 signatures on checks or approvals, whatever you do for
Mhm.
payment. And then, you know, the And when you reconcile, we just have a reconciling report.
Yeah, every time I write a check, I make sure I get their approval
Mhm.
before I even sign it.
Yeah, that's, you know, you got it in your records and stuff in your minutes and things, so. Yeah. We can develop those. Those are pretty simple for us to
Okay.
look at and
Okay.
develop your processing. Just to make sure you got those controls. I think those are important.
Yep. Sounds great.
I guess the only other thing is, I think we pretty much have decided that the mapping out of who's doing what, we're pretty finalized on that, right?
I think so. I
Okay.
think there were a couple questions that like we'd had, but it's things that like we can kind of go back and forth on that we can see exactly where it is, but what if we shift here? And so I think that's kind of like what you had said at that last meeting of this gives us a great place to start, and it's where
Mhm.
like the buck would stop there type deal. But as we have someone new in a position, we might find someone who can help
Does it
with it
better.
or could do that more efficiently or things like that. And could just help things. But I think the layout that you had done with kind of those responsibilities and that type of stuff, I think they fit pretty well.
Okay. So I think like we talked about there, and I think it makes total sense if you get somebody else that has skills to do it over here. Let's be sure that we get that adjusted so that we're not thinking, well, somebody over here, somebody else is supposed to be doing it and it drops through the cracks kind of thing. So
I
okay.
think it's
So
a
do you
working
want to
doc-
maintain that then? Make it yours, or how do you want us? Where
Sure.
shall it
Yeah, I can
reside
do
so
that.
that we've got that? But we need to be sure that the extension office has a copy of it. The county or the fairgrounds manager has a copy of it, and probably Vicky too, so that it's, like you say, a working document, but we all have access to it. And
Thank
that
you,
would be
thank
good.
you for doing that, Callie, because I think that was a big step in getting things organized so that we know what everybody has.
Okay, yeah. And I might share it with, upper levels of extension, like Darren and stuff too, and just so they see it and if it makes any sense to
Maybe a
them.
working Google Doc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think,
Cause I got
Probably
it that
somewhere.
way.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay,
Yep.
I'll just do that then.
okay.
I'll get it so that you guys all have access to it. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds
If I don't get that to you, would you let me know? But I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay, put it in here to do. I'm trying to get organized. I just don't know how I got organized.
I'm right there.
So, whenever you get your budget, if you'll just email it and then we can start to look through that, figure out how to revise that and work that through. Perfect.
Sounds great.
And your meeting is this Thursday?
Yeah.
Holy cow, yes.
In
Yeah,
Meeker?
25th.
Yes. And are we going to meet at the
That's fair.
Mexican restaurant?
Oh,
We all forgot about
I forgot about that part. Hadn't even thought about that.
If you would like, we can do that.
Okay, all right, well, then let me, yeah, if you don't hear from me by tomorrow morning, shoot me an email. or-
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
One of the things on the, like Callie's thing of who does what might be helpful is to identify like what in particular, like, is there not necessarily, maybe not part of the budget, but what, like, how did the event go with the band? I mean, is that something that
Oh,
you're gonna
yeah.
want to do again? Is that something, those kinds of things where we feel like, I don't know how much because of all this stuff going on that we would have for those other items, but if you could identify and ticket and say, maybe it's, a band this time, or maybe you decide to do something else, let us know that. And then what kind of impact or help is the county staff that is allocated to fair, which is, the fair board budget basically is Michelle and Inga. They do they work with extension, but then they also are supposed to be helping out with you guys. So if there's something there that we need to do, discuss.
There's the spider right there.
Okay, what are you,
Oh, yeah, same.
You guys, I have got. in a
Kids
minute
waiting?
and a half, I'm gonna have about
Okay.
16 kids heading into the shop.
Go.
Um, the dates that we would like to ask you if we could do for fair?
Is July 16th through the 18th is shooting sports.
Okay.
July 24th and 25th is the horse show
And fashion review.
and
cake
fashion
decorating.
review, cake decorating. What else are we getting? I think that's it. And then the fair will be July 27th through August 1st.
27th through August 1st.
And that would be starting that Monday, something like that.
I have nightmares when I hear August 1st, August 2nd, August 3rd. It's just like, no.
We don't want us to repeat those.
Yeah.
So this is the same corresponding week with what we did this year.
Mhm.
I think next year it's the year that we're gonna kind of have to calendar adjusts and will some of the other county fairs be overlapping and moving and doing some things like that. So I believe the schedule, just based off of the tentative dates I've gotten, is that we will fall again the week before Moffett County.
Mhm.
And then Garfield, they're talking about 3 different weeks. So I don't have any idea where they're going to land.
We really appreciate you doing that the week before the fire this time.
Yeah, that
Well,
was
we-
kind of it.
Man,
I would love to say we planned it, but then it would almost sound demented that we knew it was coming in.
Let's go. Yeah.
But I with that being said, I guess from me personally, as well as from the fair board, we do want to give a special shout out to Nick Smith. Just
Yeah.
he barely
Did
got
really
done
good.
with fair. I talked to him on the phone when I had gotten home. He was just leaving the grounds and heading home, and he called me about an hour and a half later, said, so I'm heading back to the fairgrounds. We've got these 2 campers. Do you know how we can get a hold of it? And just the whole ball started rolling for him. And so we do want to, we've said it at the fair board meeting and so on, but we'd like to send a big thank you out to him. And I think Dessa was there a lot helping with that. Danny can kind of keep going here while I leave. But huge thank you to you guys for helping us get Dessa in there. That was
Oh, yeah.
one of the
He was
most
great.
positive pieces of our county fair we've had in a long, long time.
You really helped with everything.
And with that,
Okay,
thank you guys. I apologize
you.
for having
Thank
to
you.
come out, but
You bet.
thank you guys.
And her being the cat judge, that was the best thing we've ever seen. She was amazing, but she helped with
They had a
everything.
cat judge.
That judge.
We did have a cat. Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Okay.
And she was a judge and she ran with it. She had so much
What's
fun.
that, your cat?
She has fun doing.
She had so much fun.
She just has fun.
She helped keep everything on a happy note, the whole entire fair.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
kind of person
And
she
we-
is. She's good.
Really appreciated her help.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Very good.
Thank you.
Do you guys have any questions?
Boy, I don't. I just appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
what you
thank
do.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, because
Yeah.
know how many hours you all put in.
Oh, yeah, it was
It's
a lot.
amazing.
But it was good.
So, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you Thursday evening.
Yes, you will.
All right. Man, we are like on schedule.
We are.
Yeah. This is appropriate
Right now.
for us to send a thank you letter to. So
I was
Yeah.
just
No, I
reasonably
think so.
canned, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we should do that.
I don't know of any reason, there's no, conflict or legal reason, just a thank you letter. Appreciate their stuff.
Let's do that.
Is it just me? Because I know I've been distracted with fire and, other stuff, but I haven't heard the complaints for this fair like I have the last
Oh, no.
5.
I will say that I at least get a handful and I didn't receive it. It was nice.
Yeah.
It was like,
Yeah.
it went smoothly.
And I didn't know if that was because of the fire and, we were all just going 90-0 trying to deal with that or what, but
I don't think.
I haven't heard
And
anything.
because there's no question, she was amazing. But I think we owe a lot of thank yous to Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
I mean,
did
Nick
he took
did
care
a
of
lot of good
things, yeah.
I mean, and
Even
somebody
beyond
said
fair.
he's an energizer bunny, and I think that's true. Even at the end of the fire, he's still going and still got a smile on his face. And
So,
I'm sorry, but that means a lot.
so we need to send a thank you letter to the fair board, Dessa and Nick, and make sure that gets in Nick's folder.
Yeah.
His file.
I would agree.
I like it.
Lynn, I heard that.
I was writing it down. Okay, I got to draft that. And I thought, no,
No.
that's a Lynn.
I was just gonna ask you about that.
Good job, Vicky. Delegating.
I said no.
Keep doing it.
Budget, no.
All right, so we will go into recess for work session because we do have to come back to it at 2:00. So we're into recess. Good morning. This is the Board of County Commissioners, September 23rd, 2025. This meeting will be streamed live on the RBC YouTube channel. If you would like to participate in this meeting and are unable to travel to Rangeley, we will be having a virtual link to the meeting set up in Meeker at the Historic Courthouse located at 555 Main Street, 3rd floor, hearing room in Meeker, Colorado. We will call this meeting to order at 11:01. And if we could start with Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Public comment period. Any member of the public may address the board on matters which are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you are addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you're requested to limit your comments to 3 minutes per member or 5 minutes per group. The public comment time is not for questions and answers. It is your time to express your views. To ensure there's adequate public comment time, please provide your name and address prior to the meeting by contacting the board assistant at 970-878-9683. If any member of the public would like to comment at this time, please state your name and address for the record. Do we have any public comment time? Yes, sir.
My name's Jimmy Dearman. I live at 51 County Road 202 here in Rangeley. And I'd like to speak to the board about some concerns and want to kind of update you on some concerns I have about the road, the bridge on 202, crossing to the river.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Little background. And when I first moved into the area, there were some, one time there were some people that were surveying the bridge. They were from out of state. They were structural engineers, whatever. And I observed what they were doing and I talked to them. And what they told me was that they were trying to see how bad the bridge was corroding and the structure was. And so I inquired into it and there was some mention made in the background, a little back there. Before I retired from public service or Xcel Energy as an engineer in their gas department, I was a certified corrosion engineer, which I did all the work for pipeline corrosion, structure corrosion, stopping it. What has happened on that bridge out there? There is no corrosion control on it. And I could get into more detail, but it would take like going to class for you people if you haven't ever had it. What happens is electronically, and it goes back to the iron molecule or element. It goes from the bridge to the soil by electrolysis. And the only way you can stop that, there's two ways. One is by what we call using a sacrificial anode, which takes that away from it going to the soil. It kicks it back the other way. Because what it is, there's two surfaces, there's positive and negative, cathode and anode. Now, what happens is with sacrificial anodes, all you do is attach it to the structure and it's buried in the ground where the moisture is. Okay, the other way to do it is more expensive, and I wouldn't recommend it there if you put it in with using electricity. Use a rectifier system, which does the same thing, but it's more expensive. But anyway, what has happened is when that bridge, I don't know if you were here, when that bridge gave way up there last time and they replaced the decking on it. What they did, they welded the new decking, which was galvanized. The galvanized supposed to keep it from corroding, but they made an electronic bond between that and the bridge, and there's a path there. That's one reason when you're going to parts you're going to replace right now on the south side of the bridge, where it keep it from caving in the river. That's where it's corroded. And what happened to private when they did the other one? They came in later and did the north side. But what you've got it's like it's a accident, it may take years. But I remember one time when the ex-county commissioner come down there and he informed me and said, there's a hole in the bridge. And I said, it is. He said, yeah, go down and look. That pipe gave way and you couldn't tell the metal was gone. There's no rust on it, but it just electronically moves. And there was a hole in the bridge. So they had to get that. And I don't know how much it cost to repair that bridge, but I'm concerned about that since you're going to be doing this work on it. I don't know, it doesn't, those, Texas anodes, they come in, you buy them at, from some of these pipeline supply people, and it's just very easy to put on. They're what they call the CAD welded. It's welded to the wire from the anode is welded to the structure. And I talked to previous people here, and they said, oh, they looked at it, but you can look and see where rust comes out, the stain, but that's not your corrosion. Your corrosion is hidden. Because on the pipeline, we have that in this area. It's very, I don't know what it is, but we call it the native, what they call native, has a negative electron or electric deal. So it's going to suck out the iron right into it.
And Mr.
So
Gannon, which road is that? What road is the
County
bridge
Road 202.
on County Road 202?
Yeah, the bridge
Okay.
on County Road 202. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And here's another thing I want to throw in there. Even a concrete bridge, even the one that you made of cement, if we get any exposed reinforcing to the elements, and it can make any it's going to contact there, it's going to corrode that cable or whatever's in there, and your bridge's going to collapse. They're having that problem over in Denver right now. So a lot of builders, they didn't realize that. So they put it on a metal part where it can slide with expansion. And where that metal is, that contacts it and goes right to the ground. So it's funny. It just disappears into nowhere. I don't know if any of y'all had steel fence posts in the ground, pulled them out, and they look like they weren't gone nothing, but got a little point on them. Where the point looked like somebody took a pencil sharpener, that's taking that metal right to the ground. So and I mentioned that to previous when you got help the county people about it, and they said, "Well, that's a good idea, but that's as far as it got." So I was decided, well, rather than go start with the bottom, I'm gonna go to the top. I'm gonna go to the head of the snake. Get y'all, let y'all know, there is a problem, and I looked it up on the internet, and there's 74 pages of, if you want to go through it, explaining this, but it's got a lot of stuff here, positive, negatives, and it says everything. But that's one concern I've got there is this, is because I'm like I said, I'm not going to live till I see that bridge crater again, but it's going to crater. And you've got other metal structures that out there, they're accident waiting to happen. We got County Road 2, got another metal bridge over there, and it doesn't have any McWeld support. And they say, well, they walk around, look up there, I don't see anything wrong. Well, you don't see anything wrong until it falls in or something happens. And at one time on that bridge, getting back to the people that are inspecting it, they even had people that never had scuba gear going down and checking under where it went into the ground, into the river, and said it was terrible. I don't know if they're supposed to send a report to the county, but I can't find anybody that knows where it is. So we have a problem there of you're going to hit it off before it happens, just like everything else. I have one other concern. Is County Road 2. When is it going to paint the road? It hasn't been painted in only 10 years. The stripes. There's nothing. Way to fade it out, and like today, wet. You almost can't see the center line of the road. And also, I don't know when they decided not to put the white stripe down the side, what they call the fog line, because you need that I do. I don't know if you do or not. When you got these people with these high powered new headlights and they blind you and you get to the first thing that I do, and another thing, I've had a CDL since I got out, since I started college. But anyway, and always the deal is if you get blind, you look over to the right side and see that white line, that knows where you are. But if you don't, you're gonna run off the road. More than one time, people coming down that road seem to think that they gotta run with that bright new white lights on and bars and everything else. You can't see the road. So that's another thing. If they ever decide to paint the road, I think they need to put in there, because that's the only county road I know that doesn't have a white stripe down the side. Everything else, 1's got it, 8's got it, 5's got it. So that's all I have to today. But I just wanted to few things there. But more I'm concerned about is the bridge, because at one time, whenever they were doing a lot of drilling down there and stuff, I estimated that there was trucks with dozers and stuff going across that bridge of 140,000 pounds. I don't know. And I asked someone in another county, what is the load limit on that? We don't have a load limit on that bridge. And it's luckily that it didn't go down when it found a problem, that we didn't lose somebody into that bridge. So that's, and I know that when you start working on that bridge, people got a long ways to go to the mailbox, because the mailbox is on the south side of the road, so they got to go through town to come back to the mailbox. So anyway, that's my main concern, is that bridge, because of safety.
And we appreciate you bringing this to our
So the
attention.
bridge looks good. You can go right down, look under there, and that's good. But you don't know how much is gone. And the only way you're going to tell that is to tear into the concrete and look. But I wouldn't, I don't know, with a galvanized, I don't think it'd go that bad. But you do have a problem. It is a problem. And I did tell my wife, I said, I got a piece that I saved to show people how thin that decking was. But then I said, maybe you threw it away, you thought it was a piece of junk. So it was metal. And you take, when metal goes down the 1/4 inch thick and it ends up, it's just paper thin. Like, and some of that looked gum wrapper stickers and stuff is, so then it disappears. And then that other lady there up and down about the fence post.
Yep.
That's why.
Been there, seen that.
Yeah, and that's what's happening, and people don't realize that, but it's electrolysis, they call it, and we just end up with a.
What's the name of that device again that you weld to the bridge?
It's called a sacrificial anode.
Sacrificial anode.
Yeah, and you might be able to find some pipelines, urban supplier or something, but usually, like I estimated, or when I figured it up, it come in. It looks like a white sack or tin, and it's buried in that sack. And then moisture what gets to it, and that's what causes it over a period of time. Those may last 10 to 15 years. Put it in. But like they're probably 2 19-pound anodes. What do we call that? That's what we call them in the deal, an anode, which save that bridge. But you need to do that, and also think of any other bridge if it's metal, because it depends on where the soil is. I know that soil down there, I mean, the fence post, everything goes. You lay anything out there and it's gone. I don't know what it is, because it just that soil is so active with that electrolysis movement, and that's what's happening. If you net anything, you got positive, negatives on your iron or ferric iron, and that moves it, and that's where it goes. And so it takes it off of there. And actually, and some of the deals that I have seen, is they just take it, pitch it. Once it starts, well, as an example, on pipelines, they coat it. If your coating gets a crack in it, and you don't have protection, that's where you're going to have a leak, and you're going to have a pipe give out. And where you go, like between here and the path, you go along, you see these cabinets with little white out there, and power pole with little white cabinets. Well, that's what they call, that's a rectifier. And that feeds it directly off the electric current. They take the AC, go through a rectifier, they get the DC and it goes in and they have what they call a ground bed, which is permanent. It's not sacrificed, but it just moves it around.
Thank you, Jim. They use those anodes on every underground pipe or tank that any underground tank they bury.
We put in a line coming from up on top of their pants all the way down to Powell Park one time. And we put those in before we ever put anything on them. And after we put a test points on it and we put a rectifier out there to do it, rectifier wouldn't take anything because it said, hey, those anodes are taking care of it. But you do that as a precaution because maybe a day or a time or two. Anyway, that's all I have today to supply you with and my concerns are because it is a taxpayer money too. Money.
We will pass your information on to the road and bridge and they'll.
Well, that's where I talked to before and that's where it stopped.
Well, do you know it stopped or did they? I mean, what I'm saying is we will send that to the road and bridge. They'll respond back to us and to let you know something. So.
Well, I mean, you're going to have to go to get somebody to. I've gone as far as my knowledge of it is, and I had to go to school. I went at one time until I retired. I was a member of the National Association of Corrosion Engineers, which we did everything from, just like boats and stuff. I learned about how to keep a boat from corrosion. So anyway, the thing of it is that it's and the other place that you need this is underground storage tank, like your gasoline and diesel. They need that protection on them because that's where they go to. So.
Well, Mr. Dearman, I promise you, we will find out about it and we'll get back
pass it
with
on
you.
to them and they pass it on to the engineering people and I'll be glad to contact me and I can probably go back to the deal of maybe who I could think of to contact because those are easy to get. Where we got them. They say, okay, we go to purchasing. Okay, they knew how to go. And we said, okay, we need 20, some of them we do as small as 9 pounds, depending on what we thought it. And we might need 20 of them and they'd order them in, they'd come in and I'd turn it over to the construction people and I'd go out and supervise them, put them on, make sure you got put on and everything. And there was ways to test them.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. And you're welcome to stay.
Well, I'm relaxed right here.
Okay.
Outside it may be snowing.
Could be, or raining or hailing.
It's like my wife informed me this morning, we're gonna be 1 to 4 inches of snow. I said, well, it's still in the mountains. I said, yeah, way up there.
Mhm. Any other public comments online? Thank you. This is a tentative agenda, which includes all information available as of September 15th, 2025. The final tentative agenda will be posted at the RBC Historic Courthouse, 555 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, and at the Rangeley Town Hall, 209 East Main Street, Rangeley. I would entertain a motion for line item D.
We're not going to change anything.
We are.
We are going to change.
We need to add to either E or F, Redino bus.
Yeah.
And then we also need to add if you want to add the approval of the fare schedule for 2026. The dates that they gave you typically.
So do you want to do that or can we do it? Can we just add it to this agenda?
No, yeah.
To do that?
Yeah, you
All
just
right.
need to add it as a change to the agenda because you want to
Okay.
vote on that so that they can get their paperwork
So
started.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the agenda with 2 changes. I would like to add the Redino driver to line item E so that it's budget and finance director as well as Redino. And I would like to add in to the agenda and approve the proposed fare schedule for 2026.
That would be line item N.
Yes.
I apologize, commissioners. We also need to have the exemption for the road and bridge. I thought we changed that, but I'm not seeing it on here.
That should be on there.
Yeah.
Do you see the road and bridge?
Yeah, it's right here in F.
Oh, yeah. Finance director. Oh, I have an old one. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never
Also
mind.
here.
Moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Will you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Eskridge.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to line item A of the consent agenda.
I need to approve the agenda with the changes, right?
She did the motion, you did the second.
That was just to.
Move to approve the agenda with those
Okay,
changes.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you.
And if we could, I don't know, so Sean and I were emailing, I had a few adjustments to the minutes, so let's table that set of minutes for
Both of them?
the 9th meeting. I'm sorry, the 10th meeting was the most, I think that's what it was I sent back. I forgot to attack what I sent to her, but, yeah, September 10th meeting, if we could.
So I'm gonna make a motion to approve the consent agenda, leaving out the line item B, consideration of the meeting minutes from September 10th till the next meeting. Ending edits.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Will you please call the roll?
Richfield. Aye. O'Haron. Right. Overton.
Aye.
We will move on to business. Third line or third bullet point and go to line item A. We will be interviewing Derek Nielsen for County Fair Board in consideration of an appointment. So Derek, do you want to come on up? Thank you for being patient with us. Absolutely. Have a seat. So do you want to tell us a little bit about, I think we all saw your application, appreciate that, and we appreciate you considering being on this board. Do you want to tell us a little bit of your background and experience?
So my name is Derek Nielsen. I've been a resident of Rio Blanco County for the last 23 years. I currently work at Rangeley District Hospital as their marketing director and their executive assistant. I was involved with 4-H through middle school, and I was active in FFA, or Future Farmers of America, Collegiate Farm Bureau in college, and then now Rio Blanco County Farm Bureau as well. So I'm actively seeking this opportunity to be able to give back to the community or the residents of Rio Blanco County. I know how vital it is for the youth, the 4-H program, instilling those leadership skills, responsibility.
You guys have any questions?
I don't have any specific questions. No, I appreciate you stepping up. Your application pretty much told me everything I needed to know.
I have one question. So, get as much time as I spent with the Fair Board this year, the amount of time you're ready to spend that kind of time. So of course, monthly meetings and then their committees that they put together, and then the week before fair and the week of fair and probably the week after fair and so forth. So will your job let you take the week of fair and so forth off?
Yeah, so I've spoken with my boss about that. And he's, time dedication.
Which thank them for that, because that's hugely important to stuff. But thank you very much for being willing to do it. And Derek does show up to all the Farm Bureau meetings. He's always very helpful and very dedicated. So thank you.
And then, so this would be an appointment until the next election.
Until he had a term that we fill, so you'll just fill his term, and do we know what that term is? I think that we just appointed him
Yeah,
last.
it was. Yeah, you're right. So it's been since so it's almost a full term.
Oh.
Because he,
1 year short.
Terms.
Yeah. Yeah, because, yeah, because appointed him since I've been as a commissioner, so.
Yeah. Actually, it's been 2028.
2028.
Perfect. Yeah.
So that being said, I'm gonna make a motion to appoint Derek Nelson to the fulfill Jack Geldof
Mhm.
term.
And I will second that.
I have a motion and a second. Anything else from you guys? Will you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Scritchfield. Aye.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank
We
you so much
appreciate
for your
it.
time.
So,
Thank you, thank you.
thank you.
Make sure the hospital understands, we appreciate them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. All right, now we will move on to the presentation of the 2024 Rio Blanco County Financial Audit by Paul Miller. Is he online?
I am.
Oh, you are. There you are. Hi, Paul.
Yes. Hi.
Paul, do you want me to put the financials up, or are you gonna share a screen with us? Or is your preference?
No, I'm just on the phone. So if you do have the ability to put the financials up, that would be great.
I would be glad to. Give me just a second to get in there. If you have any opening remarks until I get in there, I can.
Yeah. I want to thank the commissioners for allowing us to do the audit again this year. And I'll start off while she's getting that information up, that the auditor's reports are what we call unmodified, meaning that we didn't find anything in your financial statements that would cause us to have any concerns about those financial statements. Also, I always like to start off with a little bit of information about how the audit is prepared. We use internal controls that the county has established to kind of drive our audit. And so what those internal controls are, and so policies and procedures that we have in place that will mitigate any errors or irregularity. It's not going to stop them completely, but with the internal controls, we should be able to catch any of those irregularities and misstatements before they get to be before they got hand. And so the internal controls are very fluid. As people move in and out of positions, we need to address policies and procedures to address strengths and weaknesses that we have in our personnel. And so
Uh-oh. Oh, we might have lost you.
Cell phone failure.
You traveling today?
hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. So as those policies and procedures, we need to make sure that we address those things continually to address the.
Oh, Paul, you're cutting out on us again.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Are you? Can you hear me now?
We can.
But you're cutting in and out a lot most of the time. So then you go silent for a while.
Okay,
Why don't let's see if we can give you another number to call in to. Maybe that will fix it. Did you
Okay.
call in to the Google Meet number?
Yes.
Chrissy, can you think of another solution if we have him?
I mean, he could, if he doesn't have a camera, but he has the ability to get on here, he could join remotely through the Apple Meet.
Do you have are you on just your phone, Paul, or do you have a computer with you where you could join the Google meeting, just not video?
Yes, I probably could do that. I could.
But now you're coming in nice and clear, so
Don't move.
Whatever you're doing, don't move. That or
Okay,
you
well,
just wanna go ahead and start going.
Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can go ahead and just on the phone, I'll try to join if we have issues. I want to start off with the management discussion analysis, which actually starts on page A1. I'm not going to go through in detail the management discussion analysis, but it is a real good place to go back and get some comparison between this year and last year. It's got a lot of detail in it. And if you're kind of like me, you kind of, as we move forward, we kind of forget what happened in the past. So this management discussion and analysis is a really good place to go back and get some reference to the 2024 and 2023. And then after the management discussion and analysis, which I'm moving down through here, hang on. We get to the basic financial statements. And once again, I'm not going to go in detail through these financial statements. They're voluminous, but they start off with what we call the government-wide, the statement of net position. And this is going to show all of your assets and liabilities on a county-wide basis, broken out into your governmental funds and what we call the business type activity funds. And these government-wide financial statements in section B then are supported by the individual fund basis or fund financial statements that you'll find later on in your audit. I think that what I kind of want to touch on, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to go in detail through these financial statements. We did not find anything in them that was materially different than what has been reported to you on a monthly basis. The one area that I do want to touch on is the budget to actual, and you will find those towards the end of the audit. I'm not exactly sure what page those are going to show up on. Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can get there.
Looks like.
It looks like a section D, as in dog. But on a monthly basis, the budget to actual comparison for the commissioners, I think is probably one of the more important financial information that you can have. The better job that we do in our budget process at the very beginning, the more meaningful this budget to actual comparison is as we go through the year. This is where we're going to catch misstatements, misclassifications, and it's a good place on a monthly basis to look at the budget to actual differences. And it's not going to be unusual to have a budget line item which is over or under. The commissioners just need to understand why those line items are over or under. What was in our original estimate and in our original budget that we thought was going to happen that during the year may or may not have happened. And so this is one of the areas where I think the commissioners can be proactive in their review of the financial information based upon these budget to actual line items. And if you don't understand a certain area or a certain line item, you need to ask questions and get some answers, because this is where we're going to really catch any issues that we may have during the year. And it's a lot better to catch them on a monthly basis than it is to wait till the end of the year and try to go back to January or February of the previous year and try to remember what happened. So with that, I think those are probably the most important areas where we can really do our due diligence, and the commissioners can really have a proactive approach in the financial statements. Are there any questions or concerns at this point?
I have none.
I don't have any.
Great.
Paul,
Okay,
I
so,
do.
yeah.
Paul, I do. This is Vicky. I do have a quick question for you. So we've really been going back through for the 2026 budget and taking a look at things like contingency and trying to track that back. If I think Doug actually asked for a report from Lisa that broke out the last 3 years of where we budgeted for things, but we never tend to use those funds because they're so that it's just kind of I don't want to say like a contingency type piece, trying to tighten up those numbers. And from what I'm hearing from you said, that really kind of does help you. You want to try and track that a little bit closer. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having some estimations that you might need more funds, but as far as other entities, do you see that we tend to have too much contingency set aside, or are we right on track?
No, I think you're pretty much on track. It really kind of, that contingency, it just depends upon the organization, but that contingency, like you said, is kind of there for unexpected items. So we don't want to rely on it to keep us from not having to file an amended budget if something happens. But we do need to set aside some money for the unexpected, that it won't blow our budget. And so I think that's kind of on an individual basis, and what your experience is with those items that come up that we really didn't expect, or we expect something to happen, but we're not quite sure what that is, and the dollar amount. And so I think that I think that we're on track. It's a good idea that we track what we are charging to that contingency fund. So if it looks like it is a continuing item, even though they may be small dollar amounts, we may look at those contingencies to see if they fit better into a different area. And so I think that's kind of where our contingencies come into play. We certainly need to track them and be able to see what we are charging with those contingencies. Did that answer your question, Vicki?
Yes.
My concern, Paul, when I was doing that was I like to see the budget come out at the end of the year to as close to the budget as they can. It just makes me feel better that they're so moving the contingency out of their department into an overall makes more sense to me. Where are you at on that?
Well, I think that's a personal opinion, and I don't have any problem with that at all. It's your set of financials, and if your management ability to be able to track that and where you move that, it doesn't make any difference to me, I don't think. The one thing that I want to caution us on is that unless we have to go in and amend the budget for something that was unforeseen and causes us to amend that budget, I don't think it's a good idea to go in and adjust line items internally to get a better result in a line item. Meaning that once your budget is set, I think that we need to leave it there, even though we have these over or under budget line items, because it's going to give us a good idea when we go into the budget process next year, and it makes us think about our budget and what causes those line items to be over or under. So, moving internally, I don't particularly care for that process unless it is necessary when we go through a formal amendment to the budget, because those initial budget items that we set is what we kind of need to drive our monthly and annual expenditures. And so, like I said, the better off we do the budget up front and we compare those things to actual as we go along, the more management, information we have when we go into next year to see where we may need to make some changes or improvements in our budgeting process.
And I agree with that, and that would go back to the department and their coding. As long as they're doing the coding correctly, then if it's over or under, that would be adjustments in the accounting department, and they shouldn't be able to do that without our approval, right?
Right, yeah, they cannot, they should not be able to change the line item budget.
Right.
And so if we have a line item that is over our budget, that's where you're gonna ask a question. Do we have a misclassification, or did this particular project cost more than we anticipated? Or is there something that we didn't anticipate that happened? So yes, I mean, those are the questions that you need to ask on these over or under budgets. And you're right, the departments should not have the ability to change the original budget line item that you have for that particular account.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns?
I guess, so not on the numbers, this made it, so let me just make it cut it. So Paul, this is Callie Scritchfield.
Uh-huh.
So on page, looks like 10. Let me go back. Do this to me.
D10 or?
A10, sorry.
Okay,
So,
A10.
yeah, I just was kind of thumbing through it, and the one that I'm looking at, Vicky, has numbers that are marked through. So it's under, I'm sorry, the heading is A3, and my computer is not letting me go just here.
A3?
Yeah, there's A3. There's a lot of, there's some struck out numbers. And then there's just a bunch of numbers, and I'm not being able to follow that at all. Does that need to be edited? What's going on there?
Don't know. So look at my screen. Is this where you're starting?
On A3, I don't have any numbers on A3.
So when I'm over on my, okay, so you see what I'm seeing? You see all this?
How did you get there?
I don't, so I'm on page 10 of 78 is what it's showing on
She
the,
moved it over to Google Docs is what she did.
Oh,
and so now it
okay.
messes up.
Is that
yeah.
what did it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'cause
All right,
he's
'cause I'm like
got
going, this ain't working.
Yeah,
No.
the imagination just goes screwy when you try to do
Okay, sorry, Paul.
PDF like this.
Okay.
Like going, this ain't gonna work. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. If
Oh,
you
it is
do,
a
once
PDF.
you,
It is PDF.
Yeah.
I see.
once you have a chance to look at this in more detail, if you do have any further questions, just let Vicki know and she can pass those on and we will get those answered.
I'll pass them right to Lisa. Hi, Lisa. I see that
Yep,
you're on.
yep, that's right, Lisa, yep.
And I appreciate, so when do we, because this has to be submitted to the state or not?
We will.
Yes, it has to be submitted to the state by the 30th of September. And we also have the single audit data collection process that Lisa will start here either today or tomorrow, she indicated. That also needs to be filed with the clearinghouse in DC by the 30th. And we will have that process completed.
So just giving them this report to the federal
Mhm.
level. Okay.
You do have a couple of items on your agenda regarding the solid waste landfill audit.
So do we need to approve this? Or
No.
Just
not
accept it,
approved?
just that it's
Accept
been presented, accepted as presented.
Yeah, the agreed upon procedures for the landfill, yeah, that is something that the state requires us to do each year. And it's kind of, I guess, just verifying the engineer's estimates for that landfill. And that's something that, is just a matter of a couple of reports and, the auditor's report on, agreed upon procedure saying that these processes took place. And that gets filed, I think that gets filed with with the state, but I'm not sure which department it is, the Department of Solid Waste, Engineering.
So we're actually, could go on to see them. Is that what we're?
Mhm.
Yep. Unless you guys have any
No,
thing further. Thank you, Paul. We appreciate it and all the hard work
Sure.
you do with that.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
We will move on to line item C.
So, Madam Chair, I would move approving the representation letter. Applying the agreed upon procedures from the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado to Paul Miller, CPA for the solid waste landfill as December 31st of 24.
I will second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions? No. Will you please call the roll?
Richville? Aye. Overton?
Aye.
O'Hare?
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to line item D.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to approve the financial assurance certification from the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County, Colorado, to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, stating that the county has complied with all landfill requirements for the solid waste landfill as of December 31st, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions on this one? Neither of you? No. Will you please call the roll?
Overton?
Aye.
O'Hare?
Aye.
Scritchville? Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item E.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve an exemption to the hiring freeze for the positions of a budget and finance director or accountant and the Redino bus driver,
Relief driver.
relief driver,
Yeah.
for the sake of discussion.
I'll second that for the sake of discussion.
I have a motion and a second. And so let's start with the budget and finance director or accountant first.
I think I can, do you want to talk to that, Don, or do you want me to?
Sure, I can start and you can fill
Okay,
out.
perfect.
The finance department really needs to have some stability and things like that. And we're having concerns with being able to perform the duties in a timely manner for the various departments to make sure we've got everything going. And we believe that we need a finance director in order to oversee that. And we need somebody with more experience than what we have within finance today itself. We've been, attempting to find that finance director for quite some time, but this is one of those areas that even though that we need to keep working, because the struggles that we're having within finance and keeping everything going are not likely to improve unless we have somebody that has that experience and be able to guide the department to try to correct it. And then we're also looking at procedures and doing different things. Why is certain things taking us so long, and what are the procedures that we're following? What is the staff doing? And that's something that also an experienced finance director should be able to help us with to streamline those procedures somewhat and develop new procedures based on software and things that we have currently available to us. Because I think a lot of the procedures were created by Chris Singletary back when, and the available software that we have and the available things that we have in order to make those more streamlined weren't available then. And then, and so I think that's what we need is some direction that will allow us to do that and make it more efficient for the county.
So, I know we've been advertising. I know you had some applicants, but just didn't find anybody that fits the bill at this point, right?
Yeah, right now we have.
So what are we gonna do different to find somebody?
Well,
We've been working on it for so long.
yeah.
So
Well,
what
and
are we
I-
gonna do?
Yeah, well, and I think we've spread it a little wider at this time. We're also developing a position instead of just hiring an accountant too, if we go that way, to look at accountant three, and we don't need both. We're not gonna do both a finance director, but we need a more experienced accountant in there than what we have right now that we can build to a finance director if we can't find a finance director. So if we're gonna do in-house, we need to find somebody that has substantial experience, hopefully somebody that has government experience, because that seems to be one of the sticking points is converting a private accounting into a government where you have to know your GASB and other accounting practices.
So, Mike, but where are we gonna advertise differently? Do we need to up the salary?
Well,
What do we need to do?
It's my understanding that we have applications for both of those positions right now.
Mm.
Is that true?
We do.
Qualified ones?
Well, we've gone kind of through we did have, but we set up 4 interviews, only 3 of them were actually occurred. For it. The people that we has had different experiences, but not necessarily what we want. One of probably the best person we had is actually Canadian. Well, he's worked in London and Canada, so they have a different practice there. The other person that we had that seemed to be pretty qualified on paper, her experience was with nonprofits, which is quite a bit different than the government purposes. I think that we've kind of exhausted that line, at least for what we have right now, as far as a finance director that's qualified. We haven't started any of the accounting stuff because we kind of wanted to look at what we
So we're
wanted.
going back to re-advertising. and
Yeah,
trying to do something different.
Okay,
Right.
good. Okay. So that's what I was wondering. So where are we gonna what are we gonna do different? Because we've now been doing it for a year. or more.
Over a year, about a year, yeah.
So are we going, I mean, I know Vicky and I have briefly talked about going to the headhunters.
Yeah.
Or do we need to raise the salary? What do we need to do to attract somebody to
Yeah,
here?
and I think maybe some headhunting would be, it seems like we're getting, some individuals that are interested. Now, of course, one of the ones when we explained Rio Blanco County and, Meeker and everything, you could tell that was not what they were thinking. They were thinking, a small town like Grand Junction for them is a small town, not Meeker. So I think that we might want to think seriously about engaging a headhunter in order to try to, and we need a focused headhunter. I mean, I get things every day, it seems, or, very often by entities all over the nation needing a county attorney or a governmental attorney on the thing that is not focused, because that's, you think that me moving to Washington State to take on an accounting job up there, probably, or not accounting, but an attorney job up there is probably not realistic. So we need to focus so it's just not a broad based. We're mailing it to everybody who works in this area.
So that's what I was just wondering. Let's
Yeah.
see if we can do something like
Yeah.
that. I guess if you guys are okay with that, because
I would want to know the cost of it.
Well, and I
Yeah.
can stick Laura on, trying to find some cost and things and make sure that we're not going to get into something like we did with that headhunter type person that believed that they got, our intern finance director.
So I would like to explore that, and I also would like to explore, just for the sake of time, are we in the right price range? What do we need to do to get this person hired? And let's try and make a plan.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll get Laura on both of those and see if we can come back at the next meeting and give you a plan.
And the accountant too isn't listed on the personnel budget vacancy area, so there's not even a salary range in here for that. The finance director is in here, but that accountant too isn't.
them in there because we don't want to have like a $250,000 budget for one position that's only gonna, well, we hope it's not gonna be that.
I would like to know that salary range though.
Yeah.
For
And I think for your information, that's important, and I will get lower on that as well.
One other, I think, important consideration is in looking at, if you, like the two that I looked at is GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, and my ICMA, which is the county managers, city and county managers. There are so many postings for larger cities and for more money than what, considerably more. So I think it may be one of those things. Thank God we have Lisa, because she's that person that's getting us through all these to make sure that our audit is in good shape, which again, I was, hoping that we would do that well. And, Lisa is working with Danny, trying to, okay, there's things there that we need you to do. This is, here's some entries, and working through that. But, we may have to get really creative on this. And I don't know what that means or what that looks like. But, I think it's just maybe a sign of the thing. Everybody just kind of wants to work remote or by contract versus.
And I was gonna ask that, what would be the possibility of doing it via contract?
Well, we've got Lisa as contract right now.
Right.
It's
And so how would it look different if we just decided to stay contract permanent versus a temporary person? Could we get, because we're kind of in this limbo thing right now, and we need to get out of limbo.
No, we do, but we need more than we're getting right now.
And so could we just change our contract to say we get more and see if we can find somebody to do that, whether it's Lisa or somebody else?
And that was one of the things, and we talked about that. If we can't find a solution that's going to work for us, and we really need to do something else.
Yes.
We contract those services out, and we can do a few different things that we can. We can contract for finance director, potentially, if we can find somebody that fell in that fit the bill, and we'll do that. Or we could even get an agency to come in and contract the whole finance.
So that's that report that I would like to see you do, contract of finances or headhunter, or somehow we need to get a person hired. How are we going to do that?
Yeah, that's true.
And I think the other thing that we need to talk about is, because you brought up remote work, and are we going to be flexible in that, or are we going to demand that this person is in the office and in the Meeker office? Because that scenario was why we lost somebody. So we need to have that conversation as part of this too, how flexible are we going to be at this point?
And I think that's an important conversation to have as well. I do think we need somebody that has a good presence in the office, just for that. If we got the employees that we're going to need them to have direction of and get them where we need them to be, I think we're going to need somebody that does have some ability to have that direct hands-on.
And how much time? I see Lisa part of the time at the office. How much time is Lisa?
I think Lisa
here?
comes in person 2 days a week. Is that right, Lisa? Are you still there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you
Yes.
loud and clear.
Yes, I currently come in, most weeks I come in 2 days a week, sometimes 1 day a week.
And is that enough for the staff?
Yeah. And Lisa, you heard kind of what I was telling the commissioners. Do you have anything to add, or do you see it any differently than I do?
Not really. I think they would like to have somebody there all the time.
Yeah, the people there, the three.
Yes. Yeah, I think the finance staff would like to have somebody there all the time. But I haven't been able to narrow down exactly what they're looking for in having that person there all the time, if that makes any sense.
It does.
It does.
So Lisa, what from your perspective, not saying if you were able or interested in this, but if we were to contract it out, what would we need to add to the contract that's different than yours to make it so that we are whole? and not feeling like we're scrambling all the time? What would we need to make it whole? And you may not have that answer today. I wouldn't expect you to, but I think that's something that part of the conversation we need to have. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be, I'd have to think about this some more, but I think making the job duties very specific. So specifically, what do you want from the finance director on a monthly basis? And what does that look like with them supervising staff and those kind of things? Right now, it's kind of an odd situation where I'm kind of the interim finance director, but Dawn's the finance director, and then you have the staff. So I think it's kind of
Okay, we need to just clean that up.
an unclear, yeah, it's like an unclear chain of command, I think.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And Lisa, I plan on using her. I've been using her as kind of a resource for this as well, as we go along. So I might bring her into the conversation with Laura so we can.
Yeah.
And then can I just give you guys some information because you were looking for wages. Accountant 2 is posted at $30 to $38 an hour. And then we have gone out and looked at pricing for some of the headhunters. We have had one that has completely turned us down. I contacted 4 different entities. One I have not heard back from, and the other 2 were wanting more information on exactly what we were wanting for the headhunting so that they could give us more specifics on what it would cost for that.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is before we approve this today at our next commissioner meeting, we need a full-fledged proposal of which way to go and real specifics of where and how we're going to go there.
At least options, right? Like if
Yeah.
we could do this, and this is kind of.
Yes, I would like to see options, but I'd also like to see what, kind of what your preference is by working with Lisa and you two and coming up with, okay, here's the list of options. This one is our preference, but we've got to have all the details on all of those options.
Well, I think one of those preferences was the, hiring another like accountant 2 position or accountant 3, someone that was very experienced, but maybe not quite to that level of, and that some of those duties could be passed off so that person could train more with Lisa. Because right now in the current situation, there's not a lot of available time to train. And so in order to get that is that another viable option? And I don't know if, where are we on those positions? Are we going to interview those or not?
Well, that's one of the things that we're looking at, and whether or not the accountant 2 position is the right position. But I think Laura and I both come to the conclusion that that's probably not the position we want. We probably want a higher level accountant if we're going to do it that way.
Gotcha.
So from what you were saying, it kind of gets back to the chicken or the egg. We can go ahead and approve this motion that we just made because we're going to hire this person. Because that's what it says. We're going to exempt the hiring of this person. We'll have to get on to the other 2 before we can vote on the motion, but I'm okay with leaving it like it is because if we don't do it now, we'll have to do it when they come back to us with the other stuff. And the stuff that you're wanting to do, they can just bring back to us next time and say, this is the way we're going to do it. But this has to be done one way or another.
Unless we go contract, because that doesn't fall under the hiring freeze.
Well, and if that actually the way we go with it, then we can just go with it that way. It doesn't really designate.
And I'm fine with that. It's not that big a deal one way or the other. Had another thought, but it got away. I think it's because I'm hungry. We've been talking about lunch since about 9.
Well, let's just talk about the other 2 so we can
Okay,
get on.
move on. Yeah.
So Rodino bus driver.
Okay, our primary bus driver is going to need to take some time off for personal reasons. So we need to have a relief driver in order to fill in for that. I spoke to Laura about that this morning. She believes the money is available there. So she recommends that we do that. And in order to continue that services for the Rodino, for the Rangeley side seniors, we need to have somebody to drive the bus.
Why would it cost us any more if one's not working and the other one is?
She
Continue compensation.
Yeah.
time off, vacation
And she'll have vacation and things like that, and sick leave, or whatever she wants to use, or whatever she can use.
accumulated. Those, she has accruals that, so you're gonna continue to pay that person and they've not budgeted for another.
Oh, the current person we gotta
Yeah.
continue
Yeah,
with.
right.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
And
are we paying by the hour?
That position, yes.
And you're wanting to hire another full-time?
No,
person?
no, no, this is a part-time relief, PRN only relief.
So they're not gonna get any benefits?
No, they won't get any benefits. But we'll still probably have, based on the accruals that the current driver has for the time off that's needed, we're probably gonna still have to pay them.
that
It'd be-
person, they just won't be
Instead
there
of
because they
salaried, it'll
have-
be the accruals, the vacation and or other accruals that they may have.
And I lost my thoughts. Are we advertising it as a temporary relief driver?
I don't think it's been advertised
I don't
yet,
think we've
because we need your
advertised it
approval
yet.
to-
We need your approval to even go there. But, you know, and it may not have, as long as they understand that they're only a relief driver, that they only drive when the primary driver can't.
But that's adding another position then is what you're wanting us to do. Because that part-time person, that's our main driver, is still gonna come back.
Yeah, that's what our
So
plan is, right?
that's adding a whole nother
Yeah.
position. And I'm not there.
And it's not a one-to-one.
No.
I mean, this person is not going, you're gonna get some benefit from the other one not working. And this one is gonna, it's not gonna be, we're gonna hold $1 out for this one and pay this one $1.
No, yeah, won't work that.
But it will save money because we're not using the other one who's working on an hourly wage. And we're gonna pay this one. You just won't, we have to continue with some of the benefits for the.
Well, and the accruals too.
Accruals. I'm gonna do 40 hours this week because I've got that in accruals, but there's no one to drive. So you're gonna have to pay this other person by the hour to do that job because this person's not there. Does that make sense? It's not like they're going on unpaid leave status.
Well, then, what is, are we gonna have more work for this person to do? I mean, we've gotten by with this for this, surely this person doesn't work 10 months of the year and then takes 60 days off with sick pay and vacation. What is,
No,
why
they
do we
have
need
they
this
have a
person?
personal situation.
So this person has a personal situation that they were not able, like, it wasn't foreseen. And so therefore they are having to take that time off where they can't be in here, because of,
And we are obligated to
personal
pay
stuff.
them
Yes,
where
because
normally they would work and we wouldn't be incurring those expenses.
so instead of them working those hours, they will be using their paid leave for what would have been being worked. So because there is nobody else to fill in for her at this point, there will be 3 people or 3 days a week that there will be no senior driver down here. And so we're trying to get somebody to step in that can be a driver for them while she is unavailable.
Sorry, how much accrual and vacation time is there to where that would come to an end?
I don't have that
Yeah,
specific
and
information.
it's probably something we shouldn't be talking about in the public session either.
So, but is this, I mean, for a short term? Are we talking for 6 months or a year? What are
Well,
we talking?
it's somewhat limited just because of the nature of the personal situation.
And I think, you know, you can just globally, as with any employee, I've got a certain amount of sick time and vacation time that I may have. And then Chrissy's maybe totally different on how much sick time or leave time, vacation time that she's taken. So, you know, individually wise, it could be totally
I
different.
understand that, but if, let's use Chrissy for an example, if you don't mind, if she's gone, her duties are gonna be picked up by other people while she's gone, or we're just gonna do without her. So are we in a situation where we have someone else that can do that? Because we wouldn't want to hire a new person every time that somebody
It's gonna
had
be out for a little
gone
while.
for a little while.
So, I don't know. I'm trying to remember if the drivers have to have a CDL or not.
I don't think that they do.
What-
Right, Brian?
I don't think.
No, I don't think they do with those buses.
This capacity. Under 11 passengers or less, no CDL.
Yeah.
Above that, you gotta have CDL plus a
Bus
with
license.
an endorsement.
Endorsement on.
So by federal regulations, everybody that meets the qualifications also can qualify for FMLA, which means that they have up to 12 weeks of paid leave where their job is guaranteed. So, if they meet those qualifications, we have to cover them for up to 12 weeks and say that, yes, they can have their job back. So I don't know currently, if there is anybody that could step in and cover the relief or cover the position. I know that the relief driver that we do have, from my understanding, is not able to take on the entire week's
So we
worth of
have one
traveling.
now.
Yeah, we do have one relief driver, but I don't believe that they are able to step in and cover the entire rest of the driving time frame.
What's this gonna cost us?
Right now, the salary is almost 25,000 a year. Salary.
What is the hourly wage, Chrissy, that was?
Let me go
Because I mean,
see,
in the
we
first-
posted it not that long ago, so let me go see, because I think we posted it earlier this year.
It would be 2184 is what is on here.
For the one that we have now?
Yes. That has been here for quite a while.
And they only get paid for the hours that they work and no benefits on that. And this would be the same situation. Because if you don't, I guess the thing is, what are you gonna do if you don't? Are you just gonna shut down the bus service?
I don't think that's a good idea.
So
But I go back to hiring it potentially as
Well,
a temporary, and that's
yeah,
what is.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's something that we can certainly talk, not talk about, but that's something I think you can direct that it's a temporary for a period of time, if that's what your preference is. So they know that if we get in a situation where we don't need them, they probably won't be working after that period.
that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, so.
It's
that
gotta
we
be a
don't
temporary
obligate
position.
ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
So approve it as a temporary hire for
Where I'm at.
the current situation.
Or
Up
no-
to how
no
many
more
hours?
than 6 months, or what do you want?
I would say, the 12 weeks.
With like FMLA, the 12 weeks does not have to be consecutive. So you can take like 4 weeks here and then next month you can take a day or two there kind of thing. So
So maybe 6 months.
6 months and up to how many hours a week?
Right now,
I don't
the
know that you
current
want
one is
that.
0.6. Not quite 3/4.
My concern would be if you set how many hours a week. If the one that we currently have can't drive and can't drive for a week, what are you gonna do? Shut down the service?
Yeah, I wouldn't think that we'd want to set the hours. I just think.
But it'd be
that the length-
PRN,
the length
so
of
only
time.
PRN, you're only getting paid for the hours you work and the other person's not getting paid.
So how are you gonna budget for this then, if you don't have an idea how much time they're gonna use?
I think we probably have to budget that we're going to use them pretty exclusively for at least a period of time.
So temporary, 6 months.
I would say use the 0.6 that Laura has on here on the current one is what I would use.
Well, that won't work because you got a full-time and a 0.6 and you can't replace the full-time with a 0.6.
The
No, but
full-time isn't
but if
full-time,
the full-
that's the
yeah.
0.6.
She's had a little over half-time.
Okay.
And if that one gets the worst, come back early, then it's temporary, so therefore we no longer need the temporary driver.
Okay. Okay. Is that it? Is there just two of them?
Those two on that motion, but do we need to amend it so it says it's a temporary relief driver?
Is that that's what I wrote down from your, when we changed it, is I need a temporary, reserve bus driver for, Redino.
If that's how you all understood it, let's just make sure it's in the minutes that way. I'm okay with
Did you
that.
make the motion?
I did.
So do you want me to amend it?
If you guys are good with it, I'm good with the friendly emotion amendment to just say that it's, a temporary relief driver.
Okay, I'm all right.
I'm good with that. All right, any more discussion? Will you please call the roll?
O'Haron.
Aye.
Critchfield. Aye. Overton.
And this is for both the, our budget and finance director and the, Redino temporary bus driver.
Right.
All right, motion passes. Moving on to line item F.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to consider, or let me start over. I make a motion to approve an exemption to the hiring freeze for the road and bridge administrative position.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Who is taking the lead on this one?
I can do it, or Ryan can. In your packet, you should have had the justification for it signed by Thad. I think you did update that. Did I do that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it was in there. And then you sent out an email yesterday also.
Do you have anything you want to add, Ryan, to that letter, or?
No, if you have the letter in front of you, that's the justification.
I think the big thing is, and of course we can see it with what happened last night. We're not gonna get that anytime soon. And this was a position earlier on, we were thinking we may not need it to replace that, not thinking of the fire in this aspect. And so it's not just the drivers who are out driving and the people who are cleaning the roads. And it's one of those things that, the fuel systems, the mechanical features, learning hub works, the interaction of all the different departments that have to be on their toes because of the situation that we've got going on, and we'll probably have going on for a while, is going to be critical to have that extra relief. And Tina has picked up a lot of additional duties, which has then again has pushed off to Shauna. And so where we might have been able to cut this position earlier on, I think we maybe didn't know the full scope of it, but I think one of the other key pieces to it is I would really like to see this, and we talked with that and Tina and with Ryan about really diving into the system they have. It's called PubWorks. Of course, they're all fairly new to that. Keep in mind that how long has Tina been with us? 2 years?
No,
About a year. Yeah.
She started after I did. So right about a year.
We've had some, and then Shauna started after her.
Yeah, Shauna started
So
about a year.
we've got a very robust system called PubWorks. But I don't know that we're utilizing it to its fullest. And that's another thing that, one of the other director, another director mentioned to it. We're good about getting the software. We're not so good about exploring that. And this position, what I would expect is that person really dive in there and, where you've got these other two people that are trying to just keep up with stuff. You've got someone that you could bring on that could really dive into that. And Wendy knew, I think, PubWorks quite well on the fleet side.
Yes.
One of the other considerations with this is to move that position from being just under fleet to make it more that universal public works, where that person could be shared between all the different departments.
I just have a comment to make about the person that I don't think that they're using PubWorks to near its capacity of what it's capable of doing. And if we hire this person, I would like to see that person using PubWorks for fleet as well as everything else, so that when it's silly to have a program that is that powerful and we're not putting the data in it to use it. And I don't think we're using it right now to its extent. And the one of the reasons might be because we don't have the personnel to do it, or we don't understand it, or whatever. But if I agree with this, but I'm very nervous about continuing like we are. I want to see that bar come way up for using PubWorks.
I agree 100%, Doug, that's exactly a key feature that we would want that person to do is really dive into that and learn it. And like you and me chatted, the equipment history,
right,
and parts history and all of that. So yes, that's what we would want the person to do.
Okay.
I will tell you one other thing that, so that program was very instrumental in trying to keep track of our resources for the fire and for the floods. And of course, mainly for the fire at that point. That's what we've turned in so far. Being able to tie an individual to a resource and how long it worked and how many hours and where was it and what culvert did they do and all those kinds of things that would have been impossible on a spreadsheet. You know, and again, you've got new staff there working with a program that they've inherited. So they're maybe haven't had the training. So, you know, that could be one of those things we look at in the budget before it's finalized is, you know, what training does PubWorks offer? And do we need to step it up a notch and say, okay, we're going to, you know, send them to this specific training class or bring an advisor in?
Well, it sounds like on the road and bridge side of it that you are using it a lot more efficiently than we are on the other
I
side.
think we have a lot of capacity we can still do.
Well,
And
okay.
solid waste landfill as well.
Yeah, so I'm good with all that. I just.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
From the conversation, we make good use of the PubWorks and have that person cross training so that it helps everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as this person starts, we're going to make sure that they're introduced to PubWorks immediately. Okay.
And
Because I don't want to keep putting it on the back burner.
no,
We're busy. We got this.
I'd really advocate for professional training from PubWorks.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to get
From
that
my
in the budget then.
understanding is PubWorks was given to the Public Works with zero training. I mean, Wendy and everybody else just kind of taught themselves. So it would be fantastic if we could pursue that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe see what that's going to cost and get it in the budget, please.
Yep. You do that.
Boy.
Fine. Perfect.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'm good.
Will you please call the roll?
Richfield. Aye. Overton.
Bye.
O'Haron.
Aye. Moving on to line item G.
Can I borrow you guys for just a moment? Giovanni's is not answering. I've tried for almost an hour and nobody's answering. So, is there any place else that you would like me to try ordering something from? Maverick.
Works for me.
Hey, Kelly's getting to where just putting.
Get to eat.
We can see if they can.
Is there any other,
Or at
what
the,
options do we have?
I say
Not for pizza.
the hospital sandwiches or something.
Yeah, we could do that too. If you wanted to just.
I'm
order
okay
some.
with pizza.
There's that sub shop. No, that's only. Maverick would be the only
Have you ever
place.
been to the sub shop?
Or Chinese. Our options are Maverick or Chinese.
Chinese pizza?
That'd be an interesting concept.
Let's do Maverick Pizza.
Okay.
I mean, commissioners, this afternoon, after your 12, after the ones that we have our DHS, we have public, are you hiding? DHS, I don't think we have public health, actually.
Public health
is not on.
until next month.
So we have a couple other meetings, but we could, let's see, what time is it now? It's just about time for Carmen's meeting, right?
Yes.
I would say after hers, maybe we just go take a quick 30-minute lunch.
I'm fine
We've
with
got
that.
two, yeah, we've got a 2 o'clock and then a 2:30. So depending on how quick Carmen gets through.
Well,
Talk really fast,
even if we do, what are our options? We just also, they're gonna be closed down and.
No, I don't think that they close till 2, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah.
Or we just order pizzas from the gas station and that way we can go get them in agreement.
Let's just.
That's my theory.
Do that.
Let's be done.
It's not too. Yeah. I don't.
That's a round
Thank you.
endorsement. It's not too bad.
Okay, thank you.
In that case, it just makes the shirt good.
That's what makes it taste good.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Okay. Line item G.
So, Madam Chair, I would move to approve the bid award and purchase order for the 2025 sand salt mix product to 3B Enterprises LLC in the amount of $46.50 per ton.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have you something?
Where is 3B from? Who is that?
I don't know the answer to that. But I can email and find out.
We've got an 824
They're not
number.
local though.
Yeah.
We did consider a local bid with a 5% and it still didn't come close.
Good.
I believe this is the same company that they vetted out and it was, they felt very comfortable with them. But I can find out that information and let you know.
Gonna look them up real fast.
Yeah, because it's not on the. Yeah, the picture says the name of the company.
Yeah, and their email and stuff.
Yeah.
And Craig, it looks like.
Oh, it is in Craig, 'cause it's an 824.
824
And
number.
remember, they're not doing any work. We're just
And-
picking
and
up
they
the sand and
provide-
salt.
Rock sand gravel products to the Yampa Valley since 2001, what their website says.
Anything from you? No. Will you please call the roll?
Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Scritchfield. Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item H.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to ratify a letter requesting long-term recovery funds from Emergency Watershed Protection, EWP, through the National Resource Conservation Service, NRCS, due to the Lee and Elk fire damage.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. It's Reese. Reese, you want to talk about this? Are you still on?
Yeah, so just a little bit of context. There's two pieces here to this emergency watershed protection, or what we're calling EWIP. There's an exigent or immediate need. The conservation districts are handling that, so they also sent a request letter to the NRCS to handle some of that immediate protection. This would be more focused on long term. It should address potentially issues longer term on public land, possibly if the need is there, potentially on private land, but also to assist potentially in protecting county resources. A good example of this might be the old landfill. Although depending on how things evolve and as NRCS conducts their inspections, you know, some of those activities might take place on the exigent side as well. So I think, like many of the other things related to fire, it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag and it'll be some puzzle piecing and a lot to keep track of. But I think this would be in line with something that, you know, the recovery manager position might be able to help coordinate, but county folks like myself would be very involved with whatever NRCS is doing. I would just add Clinton with NRCS, who is the coordinator for this on the Western Slope, is busy for obvious reasons. You know, outside of the fires just in our county, but that's my synopsis. It's a pretty heavy lift as far as finances go for you guys. This letter is kind of the first step to initiate that initial assessment. And then NRCS will develop a budget so we can kind of grasp the potential cost of different projects for the future. From there, it's a 75% to 25% match. So there's potential that 25% of this will have to be picked up by the county in some way, shape, or form. Now, that doesn't mean it comes straight from the county budget, right? Or out of our pockets, we can pursue grant funding and other things to make up that 25% of cost. So I would just leave it at that before I continue jabbering and go into too much detail if it's not necessary just for this initial request letter. But please, any questions, and Callie's pretty plugged in on this too, so she may jump in and add some details where I missed.
All I've got is this doesn't commit us to the contract. We won't know
Yes.
anything once they get their assessment done, and they'll give us an estimated budget, and then we'll know where we're at.
Very good addition. Thank you. Yeah, this does not make us contractually obligated to move forward with EWP.
But it's a step that we need to do to get started.
Yeah,
that is correct.
Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you, Reese. Will you please call the roll?
O'Haron,
Aye.
Scritchfield, aye. Overton,
Aye.
We're gonna move on to line item I, and then we'll have to have Carmen and her team come up just because Reese is the next one as well, because she's got other appointments to be at as well. So moving on to line item I.
So, Madam Chair, I would move ratification of a letter to support the BLM regarding Colorado March 2026 competitive oil and gas lease sale.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Reese, do you want to give us a really quick synopsis on this one as well?
Yeah, I'll be very brief on this one. It includes about 13 parcels in Rio Blanco County. So we'll see how it moves forward.
Are they in Piance? Remind me where they're located.
You know, I would have to let me look at the map real
I
quick.
think they were more south. The last one was up against the Moffat County border, but I think this one is down.
They still consider that all peons. So it is still part of that.
Yeah, it's too.
Part of the basin, yeah.
Yeah. Anything else?
No.
Will you please call the roll?
Richfield, aye. Overton,
Aye.
O'Haron,
Aye. Motion passes. So now, thank you, Reese.
Thank you.
We will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of Social Services. So come on up, ladies.
Mm.
You should be the big groceries. I'm here today. Well, I would like to stay. I don't know who wants to be the alternate. I would like to stay as the.
or what are we talking about?
Jay.
I was looking down here. I'm
I was too.
So you're the alternate.
fine with that.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon. I was gonna say good morning, but we're done with the morning.
So I think what we'll start with is, because we talked about how we'll go over our budget, the Clear Gov, because it didn't get put into Clear Gov quite yet. So we can start with senior nutrition if you'd like, and then go to mine because mine's a little bit more.
So it's not being.
It is now.
Oh, it is now.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that you guys can see it.
Okay.
So we did the budget scrub. I'm wondering do we need to go? Can't remember what we decided.
We talked about it, but they didn't have all the figures to put in there. So that's why we talked about like what their funding was, and had you heard anything about funding?
No, they're still in the same place that they were even
Yeah.
then. So, I mean, I don't know how much further we are today than we were
Exactly, not much.
almost a month ago. And so, no, I mean, unless you guys are wanting to go through it line by line, we certainly can. There is one component that I do want these guys to address, and that is our child support situation that we have. that is one component that we do need to have a
Yeah.
conversation about because
I agree. Yeah. And so, with the budget, we can do that next month. They're supposed to have information end of September, beginning of October. That's just the state and the feds. So as far as our budget goes, I can't even push approve yet because those numbers would not be accurate.
Yeah, it's so bad the state won't even give you an answer, a straight up answer of anything.
And yet they're gonna require that we have the budget done by.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's so typical. Okay.
So we can go into, so do you want to wait on hers as well?
Yours
Hers
is
is
pretty
pretty
set, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yours
hers is
pretty
pretty straightforward. I think she really needs.
I mean,
there's nothing-
unless there's, I mean, there is one component that we just approved, just so that you're aware, for the Redino temporarily.
Temporary
So
reserve.
that's gonna have to be added.
Okay.
So just get with Laura and work with her on that, the personnel side.
Okay.
But other than that, yours is, I mean, are we going to see any reductions with AAA money?
They did, we get 77. So the way that this was kind of split up, it was not correct in ClearGov. So that's why it looks like there's a big jump or a decrease because, the Older Americans Act is the, federal funding, and then the state fund is that we get from AAA is the state senior service fund. So I
277401. What is that number? Your GL number?
Good question.
It
It just says you,
I think
show
it's
any numbers.
What do you have, Vicky?
WRR.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, right there, it's your number.
So the federal funding one is the 4341.
2777401. Okay, got it. Yep. So 277401 if you're in ClearGov. 7401 is your account ID. And then it should pull up all the items underneath.
And I did add the attachment from Heather, from the state that said how it's separated.
Do we know if that has been appropriated yet in either the House or Senate? Because I know that was up in a conversation that we had at our annual conference with NACO, that had not been approved.
We have the 77 so far, but they are working on additional funds as well to get us, is what Heather said. And then with the cost of food, it has increased as well. So we are trying to split as much as we can. I transfer back and forth food to Rangeley or Meeker. Shauna finds the best price wherever we can. So
Good, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
oh, and then the fleet, with me going back and forth, in my job description, it says twice a week. So that equals about 6,000 something. And then also a lot of my relief cooks are from Rangeley. So if ever Shauna needs a day off, then I will have to have people come from Rangeley right now.
I like how you said that if she ever needs a day off.
If she ever needs, well.
I don't think she takes very
Or-
much.
Or I cover as well. So
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions on any of that?
Just wondered if Don could put his chef hat on or something.
There you go.
Well, all they wouldn't do is get a Shauna. I don't mind.
as long as you take the food safety class, here we go.
Training, huh?
No, I don't have any.
Thank you, Alexis. All righty. Should we jump into child support?
Sure. Okay, so I think you all have kind of a breakdown of what's going on with child support. Do you guys have that?
No, they wouldn't have that.
Okay. Let me see if I can hurry and just send it to you, or do you want me to just go over it? You need visual?
Just go over it. Before
Okay.
we can.
So we usually have an IGA with Garfield County, that's $40,000. We did receive an email from Daryl from Garfield County, who's pretty awesome, and he gave us a breakdown of the changes in the IGA. So as of December of 2025, the IGA will increase from 40,000. Actually, it'll be at $68,512.53. That's December. So if we take it for the full year, that would be $72,171.85. So from 40,000 to the end of the year, normally it's at 40,000, but now it will be $72,171.85. So we wanted to meet with you all to kind of see, have discussions and thoughts on what you're thinking. If we want to bring somebody in to do this position with that amount of money, do you guys feel comfortable staying with the IGA? What are kind of your thoughts around that as well? The way they break it down, talking to Garfield County, is basically they count everybody's hours that work with that specific tech. So like say I'm working with Alexis and I come in, then they account not only her hours, but my hours. And they use my pay scale. So if I make $35 an hour, let's say, and then her regular hours, and then Sarah, we need to pull in Sarah, then they're going to actually charge her time as well. So there's 3 people that we're paying for. And also, they pay for like the different trainings and the conferences. So they take a certain percentage of the cost of those trainings and conferences, and they charge us with that. And that's how they're coming up with the difference, because they weren't doing that before. And so they kind of came together and say, hey, we need to kind of really look at this. And that's how they came up with a larger amount of money.
Just to be fair to them, I think that they have probably been lenient with us and
They have.
they are hitting budget crunches and earning makeups.
Oh yeah, I'm sure like the rest of us.
Yep.
So yeah.
Well, that 40,000 has been there since I was a director, because that was why we did it, was to save money, and they could do it for us. So they haven't changed it in 14 years.
Yeah.
So,
And you had a tech then too, before them, right?
That's why we moved it to them, is because she
Well, she
retired.
retired, right? Okay.
It was more cost effective to send it to Garfield at the time. So they have
For
been
40 grand.
very lenient with us for so many years.
They have.
40 still would be, but for
At 70, it's still cost effective, is it not?
Well, that, do you know what the average salary, because here's some of my questions that I have. What's the average salary of one of those techs?
So what we did is we actually kind of talked a little bit with Laura and Garfield County and kind of came up with like a minimum of what we can do for here. So it would be around like $24, and that's for a 32-hour position. And that's also including like the wage, the insurance and stuff like
Benefits.
that. Yes.
The 24 includes the benefits.
Everything.
Does it
Yeah.
include
that we would
benefits
be able
too?
to stay- Yes. Because we wanted to make sure we had that percentage and not say 24 and, oh, we don't know what the wages would, the benefits would include. So it does have that incorporated in that wage of $24 to equal around the same amount of money. And that would be a 32-hour position.
So it would be the 71,000 a year, basically,
So,
is a 32-hour position.
so benefits are, what are benefits? Is that 50% of our wages?
that's the rough estimate when you get a new person in, that the benefits they're about 50% again the raise. So if they're making
so $32 worth 32 hours worth 40,000 a year. Benefits is going to put it at 60. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, it would be around between the 60 and the 71. I can't remember. I didn't screenshot that. Do you have it?
71. It'd be 70. Yeah, 71, 171.
That's what your budget is if you hire somebody.
Yeah.
And then that with the child support, it's a 66, 33%, like So feds will pay 66% of it. And then county is 33%, 34%. And then we have our incentives on top of it.
Yeah, and there's no cap on the federal, but that's how we get our incentives as well, is how much, you kind of.
So-
Beds.
So I'm sorry, I'm not.
No,
used
you're
to
fine,
this,
you're
but,
good.
Are they paying some of the 40 now? They're paying
yeah.
Garfield?
Mhm. Yeah.
So they're paying, whatever, what would you say, 30 or
They
at least
pay-
60?
It's hard,
60.
yeah.
You can't predict that because they base off the reimbursement.
Correct.
On how well you're getting that child support to mom or dad or
Yeah.
whoever's getting that,
Yeah.
the recipient to that.
Those
Yeah,
are the
there's
incentives.
a lot of.
But we can't say that it's gonna be from 40 to 71 because we have to take into consideration what the feds are paying. So if we took the 40 to 71 or took the 66% of the 40, 66% of the 71, that would be our difference. Is that right?
Yes.
Basically.
And that's something, if we did bring it back, that Don and I also talked about is, incorporating it with other duties as well, because it's an ebb and flow. Sometimes you're pretty
You're
crazy,
planned and
then
sometimes you're not.
You're not. So,
Does this person have to have a degree?
not that I have seen as a.
No, there's no requirement
No.
that they have a degree.
Yeah.
You need somebody pretty sharp and attention to detail, but a lot of it's formula based. So, you get that, and once you get the information, then you impute it into this formula, and it kicks out the amount of child support, and then get the expenses and things of that nature. So,
And what's the likelihood of finding somebody?
That's, yeah.
I think without the degree, it'd be easier than if we had to have a specific degree like we do with our child welfare caseworkers. But finding the right person is always the challenge in any position anymore.
And I mean, if you would like me to, I could talk to Sharon and to Daryl just to say what our plan is, and if that's keep us on, until we can find somebody, I can do that as well.
And they might.
And if we do find somebody, if they're willing to train, because they always keep it 100%, which is awesome.
So I'm hearing that there is some advantage to you to have it as a staff person too, just because you could use them in other places at times as well. So that's probably the primary advantage to being either, if we're looking at the same dollar amount both ways.
Yeah.
Is that the only advantage, or is that,
I think having them here and then Don being able to work with them to be more aggressive, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if aggressive is the word, but
more proactive
Thank
in
proactive.
My other counties are a lot more proactive in chasing down delinquent child support than we are. Like, we do very little of that, which ours is more just establishment, let it ride. And so
increase our incentives to actually come into the county, because right now all of our incentives are going
to them as well.
So is that your preference to do that? Because the way I do the math, it's only going to increase our budget by roughly $11,000.
Yeah. I think it would be an awesome opportunity to have it here, so we can be more proactive for our families.
Yeah.
For the parents that need, the child support and stuff like that. And having a little extra help.
And I'm gonna abstain from.
You're gonna abstain.
I'm not gonna say one way or another.
Yeah. My experience and I've been doing child support enforcement for counties since about 97. It typically we can get them, when they get into a groove, we see a lot more compliance than we do in what I can see that we're getting from Garfield County at this point. Not to say that Garfield County is doing a bad job for us or anything else, but just the amount of cases that they're handling here are most just right and go, and it's those very few cases that we end up having to go to court and things like that. We may be doing more active, collections, we can have them here and have somebody that's more attuned to Rio Blanco County that can ride particular, delinquent, parents. And I think that helps a ton is having somebody that's, I think in the way it works from Garfield County, when they really get involved in a collection action or delinquency action is when a parents gets pretty strong in their complaints. In the other counties, they kind of make sure they're on top of it. And this is not a big enough county that we're just gonna have this person's gonna be so overwhelmed that they can't even deal with it once they learn the position.
Well, I have a couple of thoughts. Really support the kids and what you guys are doing. So that amount of money, I'm okay with that, but Garfield County has been pretty good to us for a lot of years.
They have.
Is this going to force them to go down on the people they have hired, or how's this going to affect them?
And that's a conversation I can have with them. I just wanted to see which direction you guys kind of were leaning towards. So if you're like, we kind of want to go with maybe having a position here, I can talk to Sharon and Daryl and just say, okay, how's this going to affect you all? Because you guys have been so amazing.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Just trying to think. So roughly how many cases would they be dealing with?
There's 146 cases in Rio Blanco currently.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they count cases as everything from very active support cases
Right.
to, we've already established the support. So all we're doing is making sure it gets, reviewed on occasion and
Yeah.
administered.
Okay.
So some of them are pretty much set and go after you get the amounts. And then if you got good parents who are paying that amount on a regular basis, or we get garnishments and get them where that's just the set and right, those cases take very minimal amount of work versus the active cases where we're establishing support, or we have the parents that just are neglecting to abide by their obligations.
So if we have this person, let's say 60% of their time is doing this, but you've got 40% of their time that you could have them do other things. Do we get that 60-ish% reimbursed for that piece too?
No.
Or
No, just the amount that they're,
So it would actually end up costing us more than that.
if we hire a full-time person, or like an over 30-hour person,
And that's something that, that's a direction you kind of want to lean towards, but you want to know what I would actually have that person be doing, other duties. I can bring that to you to kind of let you know more information.
That is if we do a 40-hour person as opposed to a 32-hour
32.
person.
Right.
Well, even a 32-hour person will probably have some times that they're fully booked up, and then other times to where they may be.
But if we went to a 32-hour person, our difference would be somewhere around 11, because we would assume they would be doing the same thing that Glenwood is doing.
Yes.
We would assume that, I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, and if she used, so let's say we did do the 40 hours. If we used that person for child welfare, then you're getting an 80-20 split there. So
Yeah, but they do
you're
work 80 type
still,
stuff.
Still getting that.
In fact, it's
I
actually
mean,
better.
if Healthy is going to use that person, even with eligibility, even though all of our administration is going to go up with SNAP and.
And we're probably gonna have more work over there. So, I hope.
Then do it.
I hope we don't have more work on the child.
Yeah, and what we can do is kind of think of different ideas. I can talk to both of my supervisors to say, okay, how can, and what programs do we have a need? I know Kelsey does want, another caseworker, which, we can get into that at a different time. We don't have time today. But
Well, that's where I was gonna go with
Okay.
this this, you're wanting to go full-time person, so you're gonna have 8 hours or some time left over. Tell me the need for that.
So we do have a need in different areas, especially with everything that the state, well, on both sides, my eligibility and my child welfare side. I can take eligibility because she's here and she can fill in too, and then we'll talk about child welfare. So eligibility, they are bringing in a lot of different things that my techs need to do with, little bit of money.
Who's the,
So Feds and states. So feds right now are saying, hey, we want all these changes. We don't have any guidance yet, as Jennifer knows, because they're still working on that. But there are things that we need to have our techs do, like they are going to work requirements for Medicaid, and and it goes hand in hand with SNAP. We don't know what that looks like. We kind of have an idea, but it is going to cost extra hours for our techs. They're going from what Medicaid used to do 12 months down to 6 months. So they didn't have to recertify only on a yearly basis. Now it's going to be every 6 months. So there's a lot of different components happening on our eligibility side. So there's where we would use a possible, the extra 8 hours or however it happens to be in our Medicaid side of things, SNAP side of things. For child welfare, of course, with our caseloads and stuff like that, it would be, that's something that we've always had, and it's on freeze right now with our caseworker and our case aide. So to be able to have that, so we're not accruing so much comp time too, would be beneficial. Because, it's an ebb and flow too. So if you say, well, how busy are you right now? I can tell you how busy we are right now. Does that mean that we're going to be that busy next month? It's one of those things you don't know. But to have that extra person on that side to help support, her team, Kelsey's team, and just crucial as well. So, but like I said, there's not like, oh, I don't have a need. We do have a need on either side in whatever way we decide to go. And that's something we can look at is like, okay, what would be the cost if we go this side? What would be the cost if we go on this side? That makes sense.
What do we need to do?
Well, I would say that we would have her do the same thing as we had the other ones do and bring that as a line item, like we did with Road and Bridge.
I think give us direction to pursue that.
Okay. And give us those different scenarios.
Yeah, because it kind of plays in with these other two things that you're wanting to do.
Correct. Yeah. So, and I can do it as a whole too for our, why it's important for us to have a child welfare worker, and then where I can incorporate the different things. So I can do a couple of different things.
And you can check with Garfield County.
Yes. Yeah. That information.
Anything else? No. There anything else? I mean, you don't have a whole lot of answers.
No, we don't.
Unfortunately. I don't think I have when does the every 6 month research, when does that start?
That is supposed to be coming in like
20
soon.
Because one of them is already implemented.
Oh yeah. We just don't have
the administration part of it, right? Okay.
Yeah. It's just, we don't have any direction. They said, yes, you need to do this, but the feds haven't gave direction to the state, and the state hasn't given direction to the county. So we're just kind of like, well,
Help me out with why they feel the need to change it from 12 to 6. Is there something that happens in the 6 months, or?
It's because of the work requirements, basically, to make sure that happening. So the work requirements is they have to have 80 hours in a month, and there's a whole calculation.
Okay, so it isn't really a certification. It's just checking up on you in the last 6 months.
Making sure you've been working.
Yeah, is that what it's all about?
Yeah, because they're supposed to report. If you have Medicaid, you're supposed to report any kind of changes within 10 days of the change. And if they don't, then right now, Medicaid's basically on a freeze to do claims unless it's pursued by the courts. And so I think that this might be a way to start actually building those claims maybe in the future to get some of the money back that they're having to pay back.
Yeah, the word certification threw me. It really isn't a certification. It's a verification.
I mean, they're gonna call it a recertification.
Yeah,
but yes.
But yeah, it's just the way I understood it.
Checking up on every 6 months. So it's gonna double our caseload, basically.
Are you guys seeing an increase at all right now with SNAP or Medicaid, or is it
We've
kind of
seen
flatlined?
Yeah, we've seen increase
seen
in
it in-
TANF right now.
I've seen an increase in TANF and I've seen an increase in long-term care actually.
And what about cash only benefits? Where are we at? I mean, are we to that place where we need to start having the conversation of freezing that? Cause I know Larimer's having that conversation.
That's something that I will be working with Lisa about, with our funding. She gave me these awesome reports. So I'll be looking at that, and then her and I will have, a conversation, like what her thoughts are too from the budget aspect.
And would we be able to do that legally, Dawn? I mean, what does CRS say about that?
I'm gonna have to look at that. I haven't considered that at all. That one hasn't even hit my radar yet.
I think we need to
Yeah.
look into that.
No.
Because again, it's one of those unfunded mandates
Mhm.
that was put on us years ago, and it ends up being county only dollars. So I think we need to look, if we need to do a freeze, we need to do a freeze. I don't have anything else. Do you guys?
No, I don't.
So thank
So
you guys.
guys then are putting everything in ClearGov.
Everything
Yes,
is in ClearGov?
it is.
It's
I
already in
can't
there.
approve it,
Already in
so
there.
you're gonna see
You
it
got
in there.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I just
just
want to
I
make
can't.
sure that I got that unlocked and everything.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's in there.
Hi, Sarah. Hi. I've got my monitor so that I can actually see ClearGov. You know
Like
that?
a phone book to sit on.
Exactly.
Yeah, that kind of messes with me.
So we got the car seats.
They don't make phone books anymore.
I know.
I know,
Not the-
right?
Not the good ones anymore.
What are short kids gonna do from now on?
Bring in blocks of wood or something.
We used to sit on phone books in the truck and have blocks on the gas pedal.
Yep.
Driving. You felt like you were driving. You really weren't because the truck was in four-wheel drive and you were just trying to keep it along anyways, but.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we will adjourn as the Board of Social Services and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
For pizza.
You're gonna break.
Do you want to take a break? Okay, we're taking a break. Taking a recess.
I'm gonna go find a circuit breaker.
Does it get break blowing on you? Can you
All right, so we are, sorry, Chrissy, I forgot to check with you. Oh, thank you. We are back as Board of County Commissioners. It is 1:22. And we are on line item J.
Was that? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's
Okay.
for you?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to appoint Jennifer O'Haron as the designee and Kelly Hendrickson as the alternate to the Colorado counties. Or, let's see, how am I gonna do this? Let me start that over. I'm gonna make a motion to appoint for the appointment of the Colorado Counties Inc. designee and alternate of the Board of County Commissioners of Rio Blanco County to CCI's Legislative Committee for the 2026. Appointed designees are Jennifer O'Haron as the appointee and Kelly Hendrickson or Scritchfield.
Thank you.
Kelly Scritchfield as the alternate. Boy, that was rough.
And second.
I have a motion and a second. This is one we're all gonna have to. None of us can abstain. Well, I guess I still could, but. Will you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye.
Richfield.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item K.
Madam Chair, I move to approve letter of support for the White River Conservation District's Colorado State Forest Service Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation, known as the Furworm Grant application.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Do you want to go for this one? Because we don't have anybody online.
Oh, so the Furworm Grant, the county supported this a few years ago, but it's continuing to do forest health improvements upriver as well as mitigation around those houses. Let's see, Butte Creek, Papoose Creek, and what do they call it there above Howard Cooper's place upriver there, Crooks Park. Those are the primary focuses on that. And I believe that's what this one was for. I think it's the same, basically the same grant that you approved a couple years ago. Or letter of support, I should say, a couple years ago.
Good.
Perfect. Will you please call the roll?
O'Haron.
Aye.
Richfield. Aye. Overton.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item L.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to ratify the approval to sign the AGNC request for federal legislative waiver of 10% early withdrawal penalty for displaced coal workers.
Second.
I have a
So,
motion and a second.
so what this is the coal workers that leave Colorado and the power plant up there, they have benefits that are 401k and things that if they use them before they reach age 55, they have to pay a 10% penalty. They're asking the federal government from the state of Colorado to do away with that penalty. And that's what we're doing, is giving them a letter of support to stop or to approve the doing away with the penalty. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and just from my side information of having been a former banker, I don't think it's 55. I think it's 59 and a half, isn't it?
Okay.
And then also, so let's say you had a $100,000 IRA or retirement plan, and you're not 59 and a half, you take basically you're gonna have to take a 10% penalty on that amount.
Mhm.
Plus you're gonna claim it as income in that year.
Right.
So that's a kind of a double whammy. There were some times where you could possibly have moved that to purchase a new home. There was a new home exemption, but that's probably not the case in this situation. They're needing it for survival, not to purchase a new house, new primary residence, but.
And we don't know, AG&C kind of started that deal and we don't know how they're doing, but all of the support we can give them. We can.
Will you please call the roll?
Phil? Sure. Harry? Aye. Overton?
Aye.
O'Hairy?
Hi. Moving on to line item M, we're going to be discussing with a possible decision about waiving the landfill fee for victims of the wildfires.
And Toby, are you on where you can unmute? Oh, I didn't know if you you might want to make a motion in it.
I think it's fine to have a discussion.
Let's have a discussion first. You there?
And I can talk briefly about
Okay.
the request that I got from. So the Conservation District, Vanessa said they were starting to get questions from people that were wanting to know where they could go with their debris. And if the county was going to waive the fee for that. So I did ask to have them contact me so we would know what kind of debris we're talking about. I haven't had any contacts. But she followed up and just said it was primarily the barbed wire, wire fences and stuff people are looking for. But as we talk about this, I think we probably should consider the wire, the a couple of the couple of burned houses is all there would be. Maybe some outbuildings and stuff. I think there was some of those. So is
And I am here too. Sorry, I was on another phone call. So
they're good. Thanks. So I didn't know what requests you have had, Toby.
okay.
I know what I had heard.
So far, I've got a request for what the process is for the home that burned on 33. A company out of Steamboat has contacted me, so we've got those steps going. Haven't heard what they're going to do. And then the other question is barbed wire. You're exactly right, has been the main one. So I didn't know how we wanted to approach that with the new magnet and stuff. If we wanted to waive the cost for the barbed wire, I really wouldn't have any issues with that. If it helps them out, because we can recycle that, upcycle that, so we can send it to basins and not cost us anything. And especially if we're handling it with the new magnet once we get it.
So you can pull that out and send it somewhere else. It doesn't go into our landfill, huh?
Correct.
Even though it's that, or okay. Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, as long as it's still magnetized, I can pull it out and they'll recycle it.
So if it's been burnt like that, it shouldn't.
It should be okay.
Magnetized. Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine for recycling.
Yep.
Yeah. The only comment I would make is it would be nice to keep track of the amount of people that are using that for the dollar amount so that we could maybe if we do go with this FEMA, we might be able to recover some of that.
No problems. Yeah, I can create a job on that and we can run everything and we'll keep track of tonnage as it goes along. And we can produce those documents anytime you need it up to date.
So do we have a list of the burn victims?
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge. No, I mean, because you're going to have people that have got fence. I mean, the homes, we can know that pretty easy, but the fence, there's a lot of people with burnt fence.
Well, and I assume that not necessarily, I mean, if you're going to keep track of it as the person driving it, because I can see people helping out and volunteering and everybody grabbing a load. So if I were to help someone out that had burn fence, I didn't have the burn fence, but you know, whose property was it? I mean, is it enough just that Toby looks at it and says, okay, this is X amount of burn fencing and wiring? I mean, because you're going to be able to tell it's probably burned, right? Versus trying to track it to an individual, or does it matter?
Right.
I don't think there's gonna be enough that comes in that isn't from the burn that it's worth.
Really, I would agree.
And how about the asbestos side of it? I mean, there's other asbestos issues too, so we just have to, those may have to be verified they're coming from the fire.
Right.
What is the expense for taking care of asbestos?
Yeah, that's a good question.
The landfill fees for asbestos waste is $40 a ton, in county, which obviously everything within the fires would be in county. And the state, when they sent us the paperwork, there's a form that they fill out, and they'll have to bring that to me, so we will be able to keep track of that.
Okay.
There won't be that much of that.
No, I don't think so either. I think at least the one home I saw is burnt to the ground, so they're not gonna be huge amounts, so.
Yeah, I agree.
So I would move that we waive the land, oh, do we even need to do that?
Yes, we will need to make. a
Okay.
motion. Yeah.
So I would move that we waive the, landfill fee for victims of the wildfires.
For barbed wire and for just everything.
I would think, I mean, we don't know. You know,
Toby, what's your thought on that? Everything, or just, do you say fire related?
I think anything fire related, because I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be much volume. Most of what we're going to bring in is going to be, I would assume, recycled metal is going to be the bulk of it.
what if we, okay, so what if I said the motion to be, waive the landfill fee for fire, related debris or materials, fire related materials? Does that make sense?
That makes it more specific.
Yeah,
and narrows
it's
it
not
down.
just not by person, but by the stuff.
Correct.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Did you get that down? Sorry.
I did.
Will you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye.
O'Haron,
Aye.
Scritchfield. Aye.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you. And I will create a separate line items, just so you know, for building material and fencing material for the leaf fire. That way we can kind of keep track of what came in what section.
Good.
Perfect. Thank you.
That'd be interesting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item N.
So I can do that if you want me to.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I would move the 2026 fair schedule for July 16th. Oh, my thing just went off. Hang on. Oh, wait, back up. Oh, did you? Okay. So July 16th through the 18th for the shooting sports. July 24th and 25th for the horse show, fashion show, and cake decorating. Thank you. And then the main event of the fair being July 27th through August 1st.
I'll second that.
July 27th through August 1st. Thank you. I had it down in here and it just goes to sleep. But then
Right
I have
when you
it.
need it.
Yes, exactly.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on it? Will you please call the roll?
Scritchfield. Aye. Overton.
Aye.
O'Haron.
Aye. Motion passes. We do not have any resolutions. We do not have any public hearings. Other business, line item A, county administrator updates.
So I've been a very delinquent county administrator, working on recovery management. So if I can say that, a lot of my time has been designated towards working on the recovery plans, meetings, applications, documentation, all that kind of stuff. So we've made significant progress on that. And hopefully by the end of the week, we will have a good update on those efforts. Working on the budget. Unfortunately, we are so behind on the budget. We're going to spend as much time today drilling through some of those other departments, doing scrubs, that kind of thing. We still have a lot to go. I'm hoping we'll see a little bit more about where we end up today. Lisa will be with us to help flesh out some of those revenues and figures, and hopefully between the two of us, we can get it knocked out before the 14th of October. And that's it.
Okay.
Wow. Fast and furious.
I've been bad.
No, you've been busy. All righty. So moving on to county commissioner updates.
So I've been almost as bad. I did not get it put together, so I'm gonna try and do this off my schedule. Cooperative, cooperators meetings. Been to some cooperators meetings trying to figure out, no, I haven't either. It's recovery meetings.
Nice to see. Reader with him.
Recovery meetings for the fire. AGNC, I went to an AGNC meeting in Quebec. I have been to several budget meetings with different, along with the departments and the board. See what else I did. Budget scrubs. Oh, I went down and met with landowner on a right away. I am working with Anschutz on getting the right of way poured around. That's pretty much where I'm at.
Thank you. Want me to go do?
Sure, go ahead.
So I attended the PILT and SRS fly-in. That's a fly-in that is done through NACO. We do a little short conference, usually our first morning. It's another Fast and Furious. We're in and out. And then we spend the rest of the first day meeting with either representatives or senators and educating them on the PILT and SRS. So I met with, just for example, Byron Donald's staffer, who is out of Florida. He's a representative out of Florida, and they don't have much public lands, so they don't truly understand what PILT and SRS means to us and how important it is, because that is payment in lieu of taxes. So those public lands, which is 73% in Rio Blanco County, we do not get residential, any other additional taxes. They're not part of our tax base. So we go and educate these different state representatives. So I total the ones that I met with, and we go as a team because different states that are part of the Public Lands Committee comes in, and we go as a team, usually 4 or 5 of us. And so some of the states that I met with were Maryland was another one, New Jersey, which if I remember correctly was like 0.6% of public lands. It was something really, really small. And some of the staffers do their homework and then they have additional questions for us, and then some don't. So I know one of the things that I try to do is educate what is happening in Rio Blanco County and how it impacts us if they don't, if we don't get that PILT or SRS, the services, our search and rescues compromised, because we still have to maintain the safety of those public lands. So we're still responsible on some level. And so there are county dollars that are used for that. So I know there were some questions on what is it? What does it mean to do the PILT SRS fly-in? I also presented at this on oil and gas, as well as all of our PILT and SRS information in Rio Blanco County. The other thing I attended was a community health needs. We have to do a health needs assessment for White River Roundup. And so there is a organization that can help us with that. The hospitals were also there. So we had both CEOs from the hospitals that are also doing a community health needs assessment, and how can we have a joint effort and all of us doing it together instead of trying to do 3 separate ones. So this organization really was trying to hone in everybody to get on the same page and possibly do it together, sending out surveys. And they need that for our CSVG funding. So our funding be with AAA. Alexis has to have that as part of our grant process. Attended some budget meetings. I attended CCI. We went over all the legislation. If you guys haven't had a chance to look at all of the proposed bills, we will be voting on October 3rd on what our priorities are going to be at CCI. So if you can let me know which, I want your thoughts on those legislative items. I know one in particular will be voting no, and it will be a hard no, and that's on a Health and Human Services one to increase the capacity of a county to pay more for SNAP. So right now we have a threshold that we can't go beyond. And so Jeffco is proposing a bill that would allow them the flexibility to be able to pay for those SNAP benefits additionally to what they're already providing. And that could open up a can of worms and unintended consequences in my mind. So I know that is one that we can't afford it. After looking over 2024 Health and Human Services budget, if you guys didn't look at that particularly in Paul's review, I took a close look at it. We are slowly starting to climb up, and where we don't know what's going to happen with SNAP and Medicaid, it makes me even more nervous. So if you could please look at that legislation and let me know your thoughts, I would greatly appreciate it. And that's it for me.
Okay, so on, let's see, so non-fire related is very minimal. Basin Roundtable meeting, and that kind of fire related too, because we are working with them, trying to get them and the state interested in the conservation district applying for a block grant, if you want to call it that. Then they could do sub grants out to landowners to help with the ditch diversions and measuring devices and so forth. So we'll see how that goes, but they did give the district another 2 weeks to apply, gave them a longer timeline so they could apply. Unfortunately, that will be next spring before that money is available if they get down that road. So the other thing, also attended the forestry meeting that the district's leading and so forth, and they're still trying to move forward as we approve that a letter of approval for their a grant that would help people, what they call home hardening or defensible space, so that they're protected better from fires. Also attended the Wolf Coalition meeting. Then there's the fire issues. So recovery specifically. So been on the tour with the Office of Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. They were back and brought some of the FEMA folks to look at and evaluate last week. So that tour went on a legislative tour with Representative Lukens and Senator Roberts yesterday, and showing them the fire issue. And our ask there was to try to put the two fires together in one incident. So that would help us with the FEMA funding for down the road. Then also working with the Economic Recovery Committee. So thanks to Caitlin Cook and Sarah with the chamber and Carly with the town for helping us with that. We also met with one of the guys from the Homeland Security and Emergency Management, looking at paths, I guess you say, to be able to open up opportunities for small businesses to apply for low interest loans. And I don't know, we haven't been able to identify any kind of grants, but it would be low interest loans. Not that anybody is really interested in going into debt anymore. But one of the things we talked about so much is that if they are carrying any debt, they could restructure their loan or their debt load. So it would be covered all this under this low interest loan. So it's a kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity is what it really boils down to. But maybe it would help them that way. So that piece. Can I mention something about that? Yes.
So, and one thing that, and I can't remember which one of the gentlemen, Christopher, it was Christopher that said that. So one of the things, having been a former SBA lender, the lending requirements are still just as stringent as any bank loan. So in order to get an SBA loan, they make it available, but for a lower interest. And they may waive, like a normal loan is an 80-20 split. They may go up to 90 or 95, depending on a situation. But it is just as stringent on credit, performas, financial statements. And so
in my experience, it's even more stuff than what a bank might ask.
yeah, and it'll be credit based and cash, will it cash flow? And so it's not like originally
It's not a handout.
It's not a handout. Yeah.
It's not a handout. And we don't know how many people would be interested in it, but just wanted to be sure that it's an opportunity for people. So there's 3 different paths to this. Again, one of them means you have to wait until we see if we get a FEMA designation. And while we think we will, you could get left out there hanging to dry. So, and then you can't back up and use the other options. So probably going down the road that only requires 5 businesses to be impacted. If we went to 25 businesses impacted that they verified, then homeowners could qualify for loans. But we've reached out to everybody we can think of that have homes that are impacted, and nobody's interested in those loans. So probably not going to worry about that. So anyway, more than you wanted to know on that piece. The other thing, I spent quite a bit of time helping Vicki develop the recovery manager scope of work. And so we've gotten that out as of last Friday. I did try to email that out I sent it to you guys. I sent it to all of most of the committee that I could think of, the recovery committee, anybody else that I could think of, because we want to get that out there as far and wide as we can. It is due on the 3rd.
Questions are due tomorrow afternoon by 5. And then so anybody that posts questions will be able to look at those and answer those by Friday. It's the due date for that. And then they've got till the Wednesday. I think Wednesday's
the 3rd is a Friday. I think.
Friday. Maybe that's okay. Then that's the following.
This one.
So is that
Yes. Okay.
what happens on that day, on the Friday?
We'll have the bid opening.
Okay.
So we'll have all the RFPs, and it is a request for proposals. So you could get everything from, a guy willing to do this for $10 to $3 million. And we just said, you tell us what you think this would cost.
Good. I was just wondering in my mind, when do we know about FEMA?
We won't know. I'm going to say it's going to be at least November at the very best, probably is kind of my gut feeling, as it goes from the governor's office, we hope, to the president, well, to the federal level. And then we've been assured that they will pass that on to the, well, not us, but White River Electric heard from FEMA very clearly that they would pass it on to the president. So then once it hits the president's desk, they say there's no time limit, but we don't know. So ideally, it would be no more than 2 months.
Ideally, yep. But we will find out when that.
But we're sending stuff Pony Express.
Yeah. From the secretary's office to his desk. On the recovery manager, just real quickly. So that's on BidNet. So it does, people have to apply through BidNet for it.
Sign up and register. We will run that. I will get with, there's Lynn. Lynn, would you be able to send, that to Nikki at the newspaper and, the Rangeley newspaper also, the Rangeley, not Rambler.
Rangeley Review.
Rangeley Review.
And that would be Jeannie Caldwell.
I'll send you the proposal.
Actually, I should just, sorry, I should have sent that to you. I might, obviously I didn't. I will do that.
Well, and I didn't either. I just got it out on
And
BidNet and that was
I
it.
spoke with the Boulder County Commissioner while I was at CCI last week, and she has some ideas too that she's going to forward it out to people where they went through the Marshall Fire. So hopefully we'll find somebody that's already has the experience.
One of the things that the emergency manager people were telling me, and I sent them the scope of work that we sent, and they were very supportive of it. And while it would be would be nice if we had somebody that had that actual experience, they're saying the critical part is somebody that's extremely organized, has great communication skills, and has dealt with grants and stuff. Because that's really, we toyed back and forth with we were going to do this, right? And we decided, no, we didn't need to. Until we get into the EWIP, Emergency Watershed Plan grants, and potentially FEMA grants, that is a full-time job, tracking all of that. Because both of those will only pay 75%. So not only, but once you get that, you've got to manage any engineering that has to be done. You have to manage the actual projects that are being done, and you need to find the other 25% to match. So it's a lot. And we decided we didn't have anybody to spend all that much time on it. So yes, looking forward to getting that person on board, huh, Vicky?
Yes. Amen.
So that is, I think, all that I have. Fire interviews. I have no, some media interviews that we did too. Reese and I have kind of got to where we tag team those a little bit.
Thank you. So you have something to add?
She reminded me about media. So just to I don't know if anyone did see it, but Lynn, can you come up and just give us a quick report on your media response from last night and how well that was received and how many people have picked that up? And
Yeah, that was the good one. I thought you were asking me about the fireworks. No, the one last night was really good. That sent a video to Vicky that was it was very impressive, just all the flooding along County Road 13. And it is pretty stark just to have been there and see what it looked like at the old landfill and then see it a few hours later with everything washing away. So it's all about the video. Without that, with him sharing that and you sending it to me, we would have nothing. The news release would do nothing. So thank you to everyone who sends videos.
And it went up to 9 News. I saw it last night on 9 News.
I think it went again this morning. So they played it twice and actually had a little bit of commentary on it, which was, something about you don't expect these things in Meeker. So it was nice to get that out there. I saw it on 9 and 7, and then in Google Alerts, it came up that I believe was Grand Junction. So yeah, worked.
Telling our story.
Messy little thing. So yeah.
We just have to remember to tell them that we're not all bad, doom and gloom. We're open for business and we have a lot of good stuff. Come and see us.
Yes.
So yeah.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Lynn.
thank
That
you.
was really
Thank you.
helpful.
Good
Thanks.
job.
All right, we will adjourn as of 1:56.
We have 4 minutes before we have to go back to
Yep.
work session.
You better stand up. And I need to get more water.
So mute.
You